we present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, a panel game. Starring the ludicrous, the very silly Tim Brooke Taylor, Graham Garden, Jo Kendall and Bill Oddie, with Dave Lee at the pianoforte and Humphrey Littleton in the chair. I thank you.
And thank you, too. Hello and welcome to an unlikely panel game in which the four contestants are invited to make utter fools of themselves, for which I shall give them points, and then we can all take the money and go home.
Yes.
In the unlikely event of them giving us any money. The two teams are, on my left, Graham Garden and Jo Kendall.
Yes.
Hooray.
First, there's Tim Brooke Taylor and Bill Oddie.
So far, so good.
I shall be explaining the rules as we go on, which won't make very much difference. So, right, seconds away, round one. Round one, using the word in the widest possible sense, is a musical round. Each team has the words of a well-known song, which I'm going to ask them to sing to the wrong tune.
I can't sing them to the right tune.
So, first of all, Graham and Jo will sing the words of Three Blind Mice, which have just been handed to them, and they're going to sing them, please, to the tune of Old Man River.
Now, three blind mice, three blind mice, see how they run, see how they run, they all ran after the pie. She cut the bill with a carving knife. Did you ever see such a thing in your life?
I shall be adjudicating on pitching and diction and so on later on. But now, Tim and Bill, your words.
Yes.
Sing a song of sixpence, sung, please, to the tune of These Foolish Things.
Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of rye, or a 20 blackbirds baked in a pie. And when the pie was open, the birds began to sing. Wasn't that a dainty dish? Does that before the king? The king was in his counting house.
What was he doing?
Counting out his money. The queen was in the parlor.
Eating bread and honey.
Eat that bread, honey.
The maid was in the
The
garden.
maid was in the garden.
Hanging out the clue.
I'm glad that's all she was doing. Down came the blackbird and pecked off an arm. We'll have that again.
I have to award marks for that. I'm inclined to award the highest marks to Jo and Graham because theirs was the shortest. But in fact, Tim and Bill brought the audience to the verge of tears with their interpretation. So they get 2 marks, and Jo and Graham get 1 for that. Right, let's go on to round 2. In front of each team, we're now going to put a piece of dialogue, which I'm going to ask them to read in an accent, which I shall give them in a moment, and they don't know anything about. Marks here will be awarded for authenticity of accent as well as dramatic interpretation. Well, this time let's start with Bill and Tim. Bill and Tim, will you please read your extract from Dr. Finley's casebook in a German accent?
Janet?
Janet.
Quick sex change.
Janet.
Guten Morgen, Herr Dr. Cameron.
Good morning, Janet.
kipper with your breakfast of a new?
Aye, Janet, I will.
And a wee cup of tea.
Okay. It's better to come.
That was a well-known catchphrase, sometimes rendered. Anyway, and where's yon Dr. Finney this morning?
He's on his room.
Oot on his runes is here. Oot on his runes.
Dr. Cameron, and what's wrong with...
The wee kipper.
Ich sehr sorry. Aber ich read it again. I'm cheap love. I'm Dr. Cameron, and what's wrong? And what's wrong with me?
The wee tatty boggle.
See that again.
Now, Joe and Graham, your turn. A rendering of Till Death Do Us Part, which are being given now. And we'd like you to interpret that in Chinese, please.
You play the wife.
Very well.
Casting.
Hi,
How
give us a quid out of housekeeping. I'm going down to the buzzer.
I don't think I've got a quid left.
You ain't got a quid? Ain't got one?
Special hall.
Good on Bennett. What have you spent it on, you silly old moo?
I have only one mark to allot for this one. I'm going to dock Bill and Tim for making an oblique reference to another program which I wasn't on. Joe and Graham have the one mark there. On to round 3, another musical round. I'm going to ask the two teams to sing a song for us. And Joe and Graham, your song is The Sound of Music. And Bill and Tim, I want you to give them an animal to sing it in.
We choose sheep.
One, two, three.
There was mutton wrong with that.
Now they will sing, I saw 3 sheep come sailing by.
We'll hurriedly move on now to Bill and Tim. Your song is Hello Dolly. Joe and Graham, an animal, please.
We choose chickens.
You do. What's this mean?
I'm going to award a danger point. A danger point for that one to Bill and Tim. If you were here in the audience, you'd know why. They practically choked themselves to death. Round 4, and here the two teams challenge each other. Bill and Tim have prepared an unlikely situation for Joe and Graham, who will have to improvise a scene around it for exactly 2 minutes, or until I can stand it no longer. I shall bring the scene to an end with this noise on a machine with which I hope also to beat Mrs. Mary Whitehouse to the draw. So,
So I hear.
Bill and Tim, will you give Joe and Graham a scene, a cast,
Yeah.
and 3 props?
Yes, with the best luck. The place, scene, is an elocution class.
An elocution class. And the characters are a sports commentator. Who shall be nameless. And frequently is. And a dumb blob.
Hey! I'm speechless.
And the 3 objects are a sticking plaster, a liberty bodice.
And a rubber duck.
It means a rubber duck.
Right, John Graham, the scene is an elocution class, the cast a sports commentator and a dumb blonde, and the 3 things which you have to bring into your improvised sketch are a sticking plaster, a liberty bodice, and a rubber duck. And while you're thinking about that, here's Dave Lee to set the musical scene.
Hello, I'm coming up from Hunslet and St. Thomas. Quite a lot with you for an elocution lesson. Now, there, Mrs. Boyd, you see, I want you to help me to speak better.
I thought you wanted me.
No, you missed a great game with Wigan. The first try in the 5th minute of the second half, but I digress. I have come for an elocution lesson, that will be told, but I don't want to be a newsreader.
Well, I thought you were going to teach me a thing.
No, I got a job reading the news for Great Britain on the Eurovision News Contest.
We'll start with, say after me, sticking plaster.
Steel plaster.
And liberty bodies and rubber duck.
Well, with a certain amount of cheating, they just managed to get in their 3 props into that one. So before I judge on that one, let's go over to the other side, and it's your turn, Joe and Graham, to give Bill and Tim a situation. So, Joe and Graham, your scene, cast, and props, please.
The scene is a TV chat show in which the host is interviewing Long John Silver, mentioning
A kangaroo
nude ladies.
and a tin opener.
Here's the scene, then, a TV chat show in which the host is interviewing Long John Silver, and the 3 things that you've got to bring into this sketch, if possible, before it ends, are a kangaroo,
Bring him in up.
nude ladies, and a tin opener.
Hello, super wonderful, absolutely great to see you. No, please keep applauding. No, I'm marvellous. And hello, wonderful. I've got a lovely. I'm super. No, I've got some wonderful guests tonight. I've got Julie Felix, but not on the show. And, there are several great guests. First of all, I'd like to introduce you. God, I'm rich. No. Thank you. American audiences are much nicer, thank you. I'd just like to say, give a big introduction to Mr. Where are my notes? where's that researcher? Shoot that researcher. He's done all the work. Shoot him. Now, I'd like to introduce that wonderful, warm human being, Mr. Long John Silver.
Good evening. Good evening. I am Long John Silver. I know I may not look like Long John Silver. In fact, I have 2 legs. I know that isn't the normal Long John Silver, but if you like, I'll make it look a bit more authentic. Hang on a minute. Have you got that saw? Thank you. Jimla. Tis the showing off. Tis the showing off of the legs. Gives you the funny voice. Oh dear, I think I've shown off too much. Never mind. More than the leg I sawed off.
Super, Mr. Silver. Or can I call you Long or John? Or Black Jack or just...
Call me Long Johns. My father worked in underpants. Never mind.
And what a mess he made of that. Now, thank you, Long John, and I'd like to ask you why you've got that kangaroo on your shoulder. And the next thing I'd like to ask is...
No kangaroo. Tis a parrot and he's hopping mad.
Yes, I'm sorry. Now, Mr. Silver, I'd like to ask you, on a desert island, do you see many nude ladies reaching out?
Stop it. I think we're being stopped.
He's unstoppable, you know that.
You reach the end of your 2 minutes. 3 marks for characterization, -2 marks for not getting any of your words in, and minus another one for total insubordination. Jo ceased to be a dumb blonde at the very end of her sketch and had to rush her a little bit to Jo and Graham. And we have now round 5, which is the familiar word association game in reverse. I'm going to give each team in turn a word to start them off, and they must come up with a word which has nothing whatever to do with it. And what's more, they must keep coming up with unconnected words in rotation, either until we all fall asleep or until the other team challenges them, in which case the other team has to prove a connection between the words. We have a hyphenated word coming up first, which may be cheating a little bit, but never mind. It goes to Jo Kendall, and it's stomach pump.
Ostrich.
Bandage.
Exit.
Curtain.
Hydrochloric acid.
Idiot.
Persuasion.
There's a challenge there from Tim Brooke Taylor.
Only an idiot would take hydrochloric acid.
Yes, I'm going to allow that one, so that brings that
Favoritism.
chain of idiotic words to a merciful end, and we go over now to Tim and Bill, and your word to start you off is rhubarb.
Elephant.
Jeep.
Egg.
Mother.
But I'm not prepared to go into it.
Yes, I think we can uphold that objection, but we won't go into it. We'll start again now with Graham. Your word is ferret.
Mandible.
Heartache.
Avocado pear.
Nausea.
Tony Blackburn.
I don't think any comment is required on
Yes. We've already used him.
And I'm going to uphold that one too. So we go over now to Tim Brooke Taylor, who's got to start off his succession of words, his team's succession of words, with grope.
Makeup girls.
None. Not a...
Sorry, order please, we didn't hear you.
A none.
I don't know.
Lovely thought.
Paralyze the opposition with that.
Pomegranate.
There's a challenge there from Graham Garden. You've got to justify a connection
Yes.
between nun and pomegranate.
There's a Sicilian order of nuns.
You can tell he's lying
in the
already.
mountains. This is true.
True.
Who grow all the pomegranates for the mafia. I think that's the connection.
We're fortunate enough to have a nun and a member of the mafia in the audience. who are both shaking their heads vigorously, so I don't uphold that one. So, Bill Oddie, will you continue with pomegranate, please?
Yes, pomegranate. 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 Pomegranate.
Whalebone.
Microphone.
Miss World.
Green light.
Hamburg.
Challenge from Graham Garden.
Connection between green light and Hamburg.
Nonsense.
No.
The opposite of green light is red light.
So, that's the end of it. Tim and Bill scored 2 there, and Jo and Graham 1.
500.
1. Which brings us to round 6, and you're not going to believe this in a hurry, but it's another musical round. I'm going to give each team a subject on which they must improvise a 4-line calypso, taking 1 line each. And we're starting with Jo and Graham.
Thank you.
And your subject for a calypso is cucumber.
I ate a cucumber the other day.
When I'd finished, I felt in a funny way.
My mother said you shouldn't eat that.
Not a cucumber, it's your father's hat.
Sorry.
1 mark for reaching the end of that one.
Intact.
Phil and Tim, your word is armadillo.
In my bedroom, I'm an armadillo.
And I put my head upon a pillow.
And every night, I have a funny dream.
And then I let out an armadillo scream.
We don't. In the rules, we don't have to deal with interpretation. Half a mark for getting me out of trouble, but no more than that, I'm afraid, for that.
Come on, let's have another one. I like those.
We're going to move on now, regardless, to round 7. Which I'm going to ask the teams to la a well-known, la la la, a well-known tune, but only on 1 note. And on the performance so far, they shouldn't have any trouble with that. If the other side can guess the tune, they get a point. If not, then the point goes to the singers. Tim and Bill, your turn first. Speak out.
1, 2, 3. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Here it comes.
I would like to be beside the seaside.
I should have said at the beginning of this round that if the audience here like to join in the chorus, they want their heads examined. Graham, your turn to la your tune, please.
1, 2, 3. La 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 la.
That was the German entry in the Eurovision Song Contest. In 1967, 1962, 1964, 1968.
Do you want to?
I'd like to hear that again.
Do you want to start again from the beginning,
In slow
or the end, whichever
Start
is
again.
shorter?
All right.
1, 2, 3. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
It's the one-note samba with one note missing.
I know it's one of Bill's songs, but which one is it? I give up. Does the audience know it?
Does somebody in the audience knows it?
It's the La La song.
Don't be put off by the fact that Jo Kendall forgot the words. Anybody else get it?
Give up.
Well, you've stumped an entire room full of people. What was your tune?
Pretty good.
What was your
Sorry,
tune?
can you sing it properly?
We just
now?
made it up.
Could you now sing it? Can you sing it properly, please?
What was
Give
that?
us a
I tell you,
clue.
it was
See, we
God
can
rest
make
ye merry gentlemen. La 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 la.
All right. That's, yes, thank you. Thank you. And heaving an enormous sigh of relief, we come to the last round, which is accent time once again. This time, Jo and Graham will read the Dr. Finlay piece, which is now being handed to them in Australian accents, please.
I can't do that. Good day, Dr. Cameron.
Good day, Janet.
We'll take a kipper for your breakfast, the meal.
Aye, Janet. I will.
And a wee cup of tea at 12.
Oh, hi. I say, cobbler, where's yon Dr. Finlay this morning?
He's out on his rounds.
Flying doctor.
Frightfully noisy.
That was horrible.
The Australians, aren't they?
But very realistic. Now, Tim and Bill, we'd like you to do the little bit of script from Till Death Do Us Part in what used to be called a BBC accent.
Too easy.
An upper class.
Easy.
Which do you want to do? I'll do Alf. I'll do the fella.
You do the woman this time.
To the woman, all right? It's more fun.
Oi! Give us a quid out of the housekeeping. I'm going down to the boozer. Yeah. I don't think I've got a quid left. You ain't got a quid. Ain't got one? What? I spent it all. G. Bennett, Esquire. What have you spent it on, you silly old mule? I bought myself a fur coat, didn't I? A fur coat. I can't afford a flaming fur coat. I know you can't. That's because you're such a mean old pillock. Don't you? Don't you call me names, you old rot bag. You never buy me anything. Where did you get that sanguinary money from, eh? I mean...
If only because it's practically the end of the programme. 3 marks to each of them for that. Brings the score, if you're interested, to Graham Garden and Jo Kendall, 11. Bill Oddie and Tim Brooke Taylor, 11.
I think we better have a play-off.
So the winners go forward to meet the staff of the Vatican Library next week. Meanwhile, from me, good night.
Littleton quite rightly opted out there on behalf of Tim Brooke Taylor, Graham Garden, Jo Kendall, Bill Oddie and Dave Lee at the piano. This so-called panel game was devised by Graham Garden and produced by David Hatch.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, a panel game. And now, once again, despite last week's program, we present Tim Brooke Taylor, Graham Garden, Jo Kendall and Bill Oddie. Seated at the pianoforte, Mr. Dave Lee, and seated in the chair, Mr. Barry Cryer.
Hello, it says here. And despite a warning from Humphrey Lyttelton, I agreed to take the chair for this programme, but he'll be back later in the series when he's fully recovered. It says here that the tomb teams are, on the one hand, the tomb teams, it's a new word I've invented, a grave statement. On the one hand, Graham, oh, come on in, Maud, Garden. Joe, hello, dear, do you want to be naughty, Kendall? And opposing them, Tim by a babbling Brooke Taylor. And Bill, I'm an aesthete, Mush Oddie. It's said in my contract, which is very clever of a contract to speak, it's a panel game, so off we go with round one, Russell's Page. The first round, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask each team to sing a song, but they'll have to sing it as animals.
Not so easy.
Not so easy. Have I turned over 2 pages at once? Bill Oddie is wrong. Emigrate immediately. I was correct. In this round, I'm going to ask each team to sing a song, but they'll have to sing it as animals. Nominated, the animals that is, by the other side. So, Graham and Joe, will you sing Knick, Knack, Paddywhack, and Tim and Bill will in fact tell you as what animals?
Will you sing Knick Knack Paddywhack as gibbons, please?
A perfect example of Gibbon's decline and fall, and now we ask Joe and Graham to, I should say, Tim and Bill are going to sing Things Ain't What They Used to Be, I should have said to you, and I want you to specify their animals.
Cows.
Well, they are, yes, but specify the animals.
Extremely
Cows.
bad moves, that is.
Cows.
Wait a minute! Thank you. That is the end of the movie.
Oh, I was going to do that. Never mind. Sorry.
Well,
I declare Tim and Bill the winners 2-1 on that round, only because we need the milk. And now we move to the next round.
That was a music round.
Which will... Oh, do groan, please. Do groan. It helps the microphones. Here the teams are going to be asked to announce people with silly names. Now, I'm setting this up for later in the programme to give the players time to think them up. Or down, indeed. I'll leave it until later in the programme before I ask their silly names. Lady and gentlemen, will you think up silly names for people arriving at the Plumber's Ball? The... Singular, yes. Singular. It's not a happy life for some people. The Plumber's Ball... We will return to that later in the programme. Now we ring the changes with the blues, ladies and gentlemen. They've now got to give each other subjects to sing a blues. May I point out at this juncture that you can get more points for not repeating the first line when you sing the second line. There's a bit of creativity, you'll get some more points. So Tim and Bill, will you give Joe and Graham a subject for a blues?
Yes, certainly, Barry.
Hello there, Tim.
The Motor Show is their subject.
The Motor Show Blues.
Oh, I woke up this morning, I went to the motor show.
I woke up this morning and I went out on my own.
And when I got there,
I found the bird had flown.
It was sort of two for neatness and two off for the rhyming, really. I've got to give that nil. I'm sorry. Joe and Graham, would you give Tim and Bill a subject for a blues?
Yeah, we'd like them to sing their blues about Engelbert Humperdinck.
Oh, yes, all right. Oh, yeah, coming in the moment.
You want to start that blues again?
I woke up one morning and I felt so sad.
Oh, yes, he did. He woke up one morning and felt so sad. I'm waiting till the moment comes in. Oh, yes, I was watching the television last night, and ooh, baby, it was so bad. I don't wish to speak ill of friends, but Engelbert Humperdinck is my dad, and so
Ragged but magnificent. 5-0. 5-0 for the Engelbert Humperdinck Blues. Now we move on. They're now going to produce these rather obscene symbols, which are in fact Swanee whistles. And we're going to have a tune played on a Swanee whistle. You're going to know what the tune is, and obviously they are going to know what the tune is. And I'm really not going to know what the tune is, and a mystery voice is now going to say what the tune is.
And the first tune is Begin the Begin. Begin the Begin.
So would you now play that tune that was shown to our studio audience on a hoarding?
nice introduction.
And a nice introduction from David Lee. Too easy, the revolutionary etude by Chopin, was that? Was it?
No.
No? Am I warm?
No.
I'm the only one who doesn't know this. I've got to guess what... No. Toccata and Fugue in D minor? No?
Want it again?
No.
No, we didn't want it again. Tell me what that was.
That was, in fact, Begin the Begin.
And so, it's Tim and Bill with the Swanee whistles. Here we have the mystery voice telling you the tune and our studio audience being shown it.
And Graham and Joe's tune is Don't Dilly-Dally on the Way. Don't dilly-dally on the way.
The tune has been shown. Tim and Bill are now about to play it, albeit after an introduction by Mr. Dave Lee.
Oh, yes, I did. Ooh. Way home.
Nobody will believe me if I say I was going to say My Old Man, but really I don't know what to say. I'm going to ask the... I think the audience should be brought more into the show on this. I think the audience are going to adjudicate on this. Judge on the playing and whether you recognised it and the expertise. I give you first, and the volume of your applause will determine this, I give you first Joe and Graham, their rendition of their tune. And then the rendition by Tim and Bill of My Old Man Said Follow. By golly, it's a close one, isn't it? I give it to Tim and Bill. Give it to Tim and Bill by a shade. In fact, as the score is racing too far ahead, I'm going to make that to 6-0 Tim and Bill.
Oh,
And
dear.
now, spot the noise. The audience here in the studio can enjoy the noises being made, and the teams have to guess them. We're going to start with Graham. What's this noise?
It's a man walking through porridge.
Nearly.
A woman walking through porridge.
Sex on the brain. It's still a man. A man.
A man
What's he
about
walking
to walk through porridge? No.
No.
A man thinking about walking through porridge.
You've got oats on the brain. No, it's not porridge.
Snow.
What's he walking? Snow, said Jo Kendall. She shouldn't, but I don't mind. That's quite all right. 2 points, I'll give it there. And now it's Tim with this noise.
Well, first of all, I heard somebody knocking at a door. Then I heard feet running away as if it was the rent man. And after that, a heavy weight from the ground. You want the actual answer to this?
Yes,
rather
I
than
do
a rough
indeed,
approximation like
yes.
the one I've just given. I don't
Yes.
know the answer. I've got to be absolutely
Well, it
honest.
was obviously, of course, a boxing match culminating in a knockout, and not, in fact, John R. Spott's FX man lashing himself into a frenzy. That's right. Can't give any points for that, so we move to Jo Kendall with this noise.
It's a man walking on gravel.
Nearly.
A woman
Not walking on. Man walking through something, conceivably. Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
Graham says it's a man walking through stale porridge.
Let's have a challenge. Yes, there's a challenge
Which
here.
challenge?
Redress the balance.
Edmundo Ross practicing. Slowly.
I like that. I'll give that 1 point because the challenge wasn't catered for. It's 2-1 at the moment. And Bill, listen to this noise.
Yes? That was me getting my savings out of the bank.
I like it, but it wasn't.
Sounded like a ghost who didn't want to have his porridge.
It's a ghost entering a room. I'm going to give you 3 points for that. 3 all on that round. And now, a brand new, hotly minted feature, the singing sprint. The singing sprint. And now, all this is entirely, it's a self-explanatory title. We're going to see who can sing a song fastest. We're going to ask Jo Kendall to sing a song, and then Bill is going to try and match it and sing it even faster, ladies and gentlemen. The song, you're going to start, Jo, accompanied, as ever, by our very own Dave Lee. You're going to sing Daisy, Daisy.
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer to. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. Well, if your style is marriage, you can't afford a carriage. You look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle made for two.
What have I got to beat?
You've got to beat about
Half
7
of it.
seconds by my estimation,
All right.
by the hairs on my wrist. 7 seconds from Jo Kendall.
Right. Daisy, Daisy, give me answer to. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. If you want me to start this marriage, you can't afford a carriage, but you look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle made for two. Oh!
4.5 seconds from Bill Oddie. So I'm going to give that 2 points. 2-0 at the moment. So now we go to Graham. This is going to be Graham and Tim singing the same song, remember. Graham, sing as fast as you can from Fiddler on the Roof. If I were a rich man.
If you were a rich man, I'm all day long, if I were a wealthy man, no, I wouldn't work hard. If I were a very rich, little man.
It loses a little in the translation. That was fun.
I thought we were doing If I Were a Rich Man.
Well, Graham changed it. He's adaptable. That was 5 seconds, albeit somewhat unintelligible. Now it's Tim singing If I Were a Rich Man.
I were a rich man, I wouldn't be doing this. If I were a rich man, all day long, and if I were nothing, I wouldn't have to work. If I were a man.
I've got to say, another 2 points. It's a 4-0 win for Mrs.
Oh, well, if you're going to sing
friends,
it fast.
Oddie, Brooke and Taylor, 4-0. And now, Calypso time. The next round is Calypso time. Now, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Each team will give the other team a subject on which they must improvise a 4-line Calypso singing alternate either lines. So, Joe and Graham, would you give Till and Bim a subject for a Calypso?
Yes, the subject for their Calypso is a banana boat.
Keep it going. Get the atmosphere. Wait a minute. Oh, yes, get the voice. Right. Da-da-da, la-da-da-da-da. Wait up. Keep going. I'm getting the rhythm.
1 point to Joe and Graham.
Be with you in a moment. All right. I went to market the other day. I saw a banana boat on the way. That was very strange because it was in the street. And then I...
Wait a minute.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, I was
no, we
interrupted by the
must go
audience.
to them. No points for that.
No point.
He hasn't finished yet.
Well, exactly. Revenge. Oh, there's years in him yet. Revenge can be sweet because you've now got to give Joe
Revenge
and Graham
can be sweet.
sweet. Revenge can be very sweet. 1 point for that. Unaccompanied.
Revenge can be very
Give them, Joe and Graham, a subject for a Calypso. Retaliate immediately.
And your subject for a Calypso is a pair of oranges.
Jo Kendall is wearing a woolly hat.
I bought a pair of oranges the other day.
They were very nice, and I must say...
I found them to my taste. They were very sweet.
And when I'd finished with the skins, I wore them on my feet.
5-0 and beautiful
One
alternation
for the
as well.
intellectuals.
The sense of rhythm was enchanting and the alternation was impeccable. I'm going to start with Graham Garden a word, and he's got to immediately come up with another word which has nothing whatsoever to do with it. Now, the other team can challenge and see if they can establish a connection. Let's start with Graham, and I'll give you the word sausage.
Bicycle.
Elephant.
Cake.
Mothballs.
Mouse.
Rugby ball.
Cheese.
Elephant's foot umbrella stand.
A challenge from Graham Garden in lieu of a word.
Yes. I challenge that and I claim the point.
Not allowed. You have to establish a connection.
Between
what did he say? An
elephant foot umbrella stand.
The connection between cheese and an elephant's foot umbrella stand.
Need I say more? What? Well, that's
Yes,
French
the answer
cheese.
is yes, you do need to say
It's
more.
French. It's Derbyshire sage cheese, which has sage in it. There's Boursin, which has garlic in it. And there's elephant foot cheese. You've surely heard of that.
1 point to Bill and Tim, and we'll start with Bill this time. And Bill, your word is cardboard.
Box. No.
No.
Oh, wait. Wait, there's a connection. There is a connection.
Graham's latched on to it. What's the connection, Graham?
There is.
Obscure it may be, but give it to us.
Cassius Clay always wears cardboard shorts and he's a boxer.
Excellent. 3 points to Graham.
And he's
Garden
changed
for
his
that.
name to Muhammad
3
Ali.
points.
That's a bonus.
You're leading 3 points to 0 on this particular round. I'll ask Joe to start with the word cumulus.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry, sag bucket.
Wait a minute, I challenge.
Funnily enough, Graham Garden challenges.
Yeah, there's no such word as microphone.
I'm leaning towards that.
A microphone, microphone. It's rather like a sag bucket. If he'd in fact challenge it,
I challenge that. Sag bucket is like a microphone.
Too late.
You shouldn't have said that.
Too late.
2 points
Everybody
to
knows
Tim Brooke
sag
Taylor
bucket is a
for
microphone.
persistence.
I'm
and we will,
speaking
in
into
fact,
this sag bucket now. I made a complete bucket of that.
3-2, and let's round it out with Tim Brooke Taylor, who starts, in fact, with the word shoelace.
Water.
Undergrowth.
Underwear.
Peas.
I dare you.
Tempt me.
I dare you.
Don't tempt me, baby.
Ostrich.
Particle.
Boomerang.
Night.
No.
Tim? Night.
Jester.
What?
Jester.
Jester.
Song at twilight.
Challenge from Graham Garden, the connection between night and jester.
Twilight. It's almost night, isn't it? Be honest.
You're establishing a connection between jester and night.
Yes.
Oh, yes, I'll give you 2 points to that. Now he's declared.
I think we better have another round.
I will declare that round. A win. 5-3 to Joe and Graham on that occasion. We move now to our singing relay.
Yes.
In which I shall play with my buzzer, ladies and gentlemen, in this round. Do not point the finger. One of the players starts off a song, and when I press my buzzer, they must stop, and the next player carry on where they left off. Any player who falters or messes up our game is declared extremely silly, and 2 points go to the other side. Now, the sequence in this, I would say, is Graham, Joe, Bill, and Tim. Graham, Joe, Bill, and Tim, a sort of anti-clockwise direction. So Graham starts with, "Yes, sir, that's my baby."
Yes, sir, that's my baby. Yes, sir, I don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now.
Yes, Mom, we've decided. No, Mom, we've...
Bill.
Hide it, yes, ma'am. You're invited now. Oh, by the way.
Tim.
By the way.
Joe.
Preach the preacher, I'll say.
Graham.
Yes, sir.
Bill.
My baby, no, sir. Help me, maybe.
Tim.
Yes, sir, that's my baby.
I'll say that's it. No, we'll hold it there, really. We'll hold it there. I'll declare it a 2-all draw because I've just realised I was playing with my buzzer when I should have been playing with my hooter. Did you spot this mistake? A 2-all draw. And now we revert to what I mentioned earlier, late arrivals at the Plumbers' Ball, and we want some silly names of people there arriving. Who arrived at the Plumbers' Ball?
Bill, you do one.
Mr. and Mrs. Closet.
And their son, Walter Closet.
Right. Mr. Turn.
And his daughter, Sis.
Excellent. You're winning 4-0 as I go to you, in fact, for your 2 arrivals at the Plumbers' Ball, please, Joe and Graham.
Mr. and Mrs. Paper.
And their son.
And their tycoon son.
And their sons, Lou. No. Yes.
Lou makes it. I'll give 3 points to that. Can we have other arrivals, please?
What one-track minds we got?
The final arrival. At the Plumbers' Ball is Mr. and Mrs. King Pipes. And their son, Lee King Pipes. Can we go for a bonus on this?
Do you want to go for a bonus on this? Yes. Go on, bonus. They're leading 7-3, he said rashly. They're doing the dirty one.
The French one, this. Clochebells, yes. Monsieur J. Soir and their son P. Soir. And on the same subject, Mr. and Mrs. Now and their son Uriah Now. that's not one. Mr. and Mrs. Room and their children, Geoffrey, the largest room, and Lou, the smallest. Oh, dear. And wait a minute. Mr. Jeff Ing. And his old father, who's just been released from prison. And he's therefore just an old lag, Ing.
It is a graceful chain reaction. I still declare Joe and Graham 7-3 winners on that round. And now we split the audience. We invite the audience to join the show at this point. And for all you at home, it's page 11. In this round, divide the audience. Divide the audience. Split you straight up the aisle, if you'll pardon the expression. And each half of you are going to sing a different tune at the same time. Graham and Joe are going to lead their half singing, or lying indeed, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, on my left, your right. Bill and Tim leading their half, on my right, your left. Oh, mine papa. 2 points shall be given for sensitivity of interpretation, not to mention loudness. Have you got it? Red-Nosed Reindeer and Oh, mine papa. Dave, wait. Do you want a rehearsal of this? Now. The Queen has just come onto the pitch to meet the team. I declare Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer for winners there. By a narrow 5-4 edge. Who cares for 2 points? 5-4 edge. And I really do believe that's it, whatever it was. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. If you insist on a score, it's Graham and Joe 38. Tim and Bill 7. No, that can't be right. No. 17. So I declare Graham and Joe the winners, ladies and gentlemen. And at this juncture, I would like to say, anybody listening tonight, is there anybody listening tonight? Do send in any of your own ideas for this quiz, and you can rest assured that if the BBC don't recompense you for them, we won't. I'm afraid there's another edition of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue at the same time next week, and I'll be back in the chair, this time strapped. Goodbye for now.
Taking part in that travesty were Tim Brooke-Taylor, Graham Garden, Jo Kendall, Bill Oddie, Dave Lee at the piano, Barry Cryer in the chair, and the producer was John Castle.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, a panel game. And your chairman this week, Barry Cryer.
Thank you, and hello, and welcome to another edition of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the panel game which is to radio what an old coward is to westerns. We don't have some fun in the next half hour. I'm a Dutchman, so it's hello from me, Hans van den Gelder. And we'd like to play a game that you can all play at home. We'd like to, but the BBC have told us to play. May I introduce the teams? Firstly, on my left, Joe, what am I doing here with four men, and who am I kidding? Kendall. Graham, there's something very nasty at the bottom of my garden. Bill, a funny thing spoke to me on the way to the theatre. Oddie and Tim, please stop calling me 3 little words. Brooke Taylor! And we go straight in with our first round, Calypso time, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, I've just spotted Henry Cooper in our audience. Oh, I'm sorry, madam. Flash of an earring deceived me. I'll give each team a subject on which they must improvise a 4-line Calypso, singing alternate lines. We'll start with Tim and Bill. And your first subject, gentlemen, teeth.
Keep it with, I'm going in. We're going to have a big calypso about teeth and keep it going. All right. Spin it out a little while. Oh, yeah. All right. Have another banana. Hang on, I'm sitting there. Oh, the other day I lost my teeth. I borrowed a pair from Edward Heath. Good, that gave us time to think, and and ever since that dreadful day, nobody believes a word I say.
Four for that.
Said we don't mean a word of it.
No, of course. 4 for that from Tim and Bill. We move to Jo and Graham. Your first subject for a Calypso subject, traffic wardens.
I met a traffic warden the other day.
He told me my car was in the way.
So I put another shilling in the meter.
And then I kicked and punched her, and I beat her.
The art of the
violence on
The art of the anticlimax lives. No, I can give 2 to Jo and Graham. And the next round is preceded by the announcement that I'm setting up our silly names competition. Late arrivals. Ladies and gentlemen, will you, as the programme progresses, think up some silly people arriving late at the Clothing Manufacturers Ball. The Clothing Manufacturers Ball. Silly names, please. And we'll return to that and our denouement later on. Now, word for word. Word for word, I'm going to give a member of each team a word, and the other member of the team has to immediately reply with a word that has no connection whatsoever. The other team can challenge by pressing buzzers and try and prove a connection.
So panic.
We'll start... Tim's just sat on his buzzer. We'll start with Tim, but we'll start with Tim in actual fact. And Tim, would you start with the word custard?
Grass skirt.
Elephant. Marble. A challenge by Graham Garden.
A very clear connection there between grass skirt and elephant, I think you'll agree.
Well, would you clarify it further?
Need I?
Yes. Oh, yes, you need.
They come from the same place.
Where?
No.
Oh! No, let's
Can you stand up and show your grass skirt?
Cheeky Graham Garden. Graham, will you start a sequence that begins with the word accountant?
Chartered.
Oh! Oh! Can you prove a connection, gentlemen? Tim and Bill, chartered and accountant.
No.
Unlikely to make scenes.
Habitually wear grass skirts.
I'll give 2 points to that. I'll give 2 points to that. And I will, in fact, leap to Bill Oddie. Bill, will you start with the word merit?
Bad joke.
Dungarees.
Program.
Elephant's foot umbrella stand.
Tweed.
Microphone.
Glass.
Oh, I was going to say marble. Handbag. Challenge from Graham Gardner.
He was going to say marble.
Give the lad 2 for that. I'll give the lad. And I think I'll ask Jo Kendall to say a word entirely unrelated to paintbrush.
Clock.
Water.
Did you say water?
Challenged by Tim Brooke Taylor, yes. Yes.
Water clocks, I think.
Water clocks.
You said Walter.
Didn't say Walter. You didn't say Walter at all.
I said umbrella, foot umbrella. Right, good.
No.
All right, you got the point.
Tim and Bill Cox. Start again. Let's start again with, what shall we have as a word? We'll have carpet from Bill.
Book. Pea soup.
Brassiere.
Steamroller.
All right, you can't see the obvious. Go on. Knee bandage.
Eiffel Tower.
Elastic.
Filthy mind again. A filthy mind.
They're winning.
Can't really follow that, can you? Tiger.
Challenged by Graham Garden.
Well, if you've got a filthy mind like mine, you can see the connection between that and tiger.
Could you elucidate?
No, certainly not.
Even on radio. I will. Let's have one more of this. Jo Kendall, will you say say a word entirely unconnected, I should say, with postcard?
Egg.
Button.
Cigarettes.
Lamp.
Cart horse.
Submarine.
Paper bag.
Baboon.
Heart.
Nautical.
Pensioner.
Strap.
Headache.
Whip.
Very animal.
Challenged by Tim Brooke Taylor.
Stop him, you fool! I was just getting in.
Bill was following the plot there. You always under a plain cover. Tim, what was your challenge?
You always get a headache after you've been whipped.
Can you vouch for that, Tim?
No, but Bill assures me.
Shabby, but there are the point. And we will, in fact, leap on. We move on, do you wonder, to our next musical round, which is musical duet time. Each of the teams is going to play a duet, the relevant instruments being a violin and a swanny whistle. I'll ask Graham and Jo to start on this occasion. They're going to play a duet, and I'm going to see if I can recognise it. If I do recognise it, they score. Graham is picking up his Strad and his violin, and Jo has a swanny whistle, but she's having it seen to. Now, say them first. I'm just glad it's over. Was it... I recognise the middle, but it didn't seem to belong to the rest of it, which was a bit bewildering. Is it Lennon and McCartney? No. No, it's not Lennon and McCartney. Any clues, please? Any clues?
Some.
Some. That's a clue? Some is a clue. Some enchanted evening.
Yes.
Well, I didn't get it musically, but Tim Brooke Taylor is now walking over to the violin. The violin is in fact staying there, and Bill Oddie has the swanny whistle.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that was Tim Brooke Taylor Pizzicato, but he's
promised to only have a cup of tea next week. I'm trying to think of the tune. Wasn't It's All Over My Friend? No. No. Was it classical in origin?
Not classical.
Not light classical, not really sort of...
Could be something you say before an outstanding meal.
Mantovani-ish. No. I didn't say that before.
Something you say before an outstanding meal.
What do you say before an outstanding meal?
On the bagpipes.
Think of 5,000...
That's extremely painful. An outstanding meal.
You've ever had a meal on the bagpipes?
Amazing
It is
Grace.
painful.
Amazing Grace, no.
You got it in one, Barry.
Is Amazing Grace? Was it?
To the note?
Good heavens.
To the note?
Around.
It's down quite closer than you reckon, isn't it?
Now for a rather bizarre item entitled Tag Wrestling. I think I ought to explain that. Tag in this instance meaning tagline, punchline, final line. I'm going to give each team the final line of a hopefully short story. A member of one team must start the story and obviously head straight for the end of their own particular story before I press my hooter, if you'll pardon the expression, and then a member of the other team must then take up the story very quickly, but they're heading for their punchline. Now, the first team to reach their tag wins, and in the event of nobody finishing, I shall probably fall asleep. Now, we go first of all to Tim and Bill, and your tagline of your story is, "Hello," said the vicar, and Mother hid the sewing machine. Or, "Hello," said the vicar, and Mother hid the sewing machine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the studio, Joe and Graham, the end of your story is, "All right," said the inspector. "If Bob's really Betty, who shot the hamster?" All right, said the inspector. "If Bob's really Betty, who shot the hamster?" You've got your tags, ladies and gentlemen, so we will in fact hooter poised. I shall sit here and Bill Oddie is going to start telling the story that ends, "Hello," said the vicar, and Mother hid the sewing machine.
Yes. Well, the family were gathered round the drawing room one evening and they decided they were going to have a concert, a sort of concert party, which all the members of the family...
That's me, isn't it? Yes, Graham.
Gosh,
said Bob. At that moment, Mother produced their performing hamster.
She said,
Tim.
"Good heavens, why have I produced this performing hamster? When in fact I wanted to play a tune on the sewing machine." She put it between her legs.
Joe.
But was stopped short because at that moment a passing police inspector came in.
Bill.
Well, the vicar, unfortunately, was due at that moment. The police inspector was there for the concert, of course, that's why he popped in. And the one thing that...
Graham.
The one thing the police inspector wanted to know was, where was Betty?
I don't know,
said Bob.
And the vicar said, "What are you doing here, Betty and Bob? I didn't expect you. Go home," and they did.
You'll have to drag them back. You'll have to drag them back.
Ah.
Joe.
There was a knock on the door. Please come back in. The inspector and a high-voiced person called Bob.
The vicar, as Mother knew, had one song that he particularly didn't want her to sing, which was called "The Sewing Machine." You know the one, so. Anyway...
Graham.
At that moment, a shot rang out. Clutching its chest, the tiny hamster fell to the floor. "Nobody leave the room," said the inspector.
Tim.
"Because Mother wants to play this tune on the sewing machine." Mother said, "It's the first time I'll be able to play it because the vicar doesn't like it." "And hello," said the vicar as he came in, and Mother hid the sewing machine.
Oh, I got it. I hooted, but you were there. I hooted, but did the audience agree that they got there? Tim and Bill, did they get there? Did they get there?
No.
I will score. Yes, I will score 3-0 for that little tag wrestling. Let's go to picking up song, carry on singing, ladies and gentlemen. One player to start a song, and when he or she stops, the next player in the other team must pick up on the word on which he or she stopped with a totally different song. Let's start. Let's start with Bill. Sing a song, Bill, and stop on a word of your choice. Graham to pick it up.
Pack up all my cares and woe, Here I go, singing low. Sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play. Plays really play.
Play it again. I love it. Play it again. I don't
there. 2 points I give to Tim and Bill, and we will in fact go to Graham to start another song, please. There is a tavern in the town.
Way down upon the swamp.
River. Oh,
shall we keep going?
River.
Yeah, keep going, please.
Old
River.
Man River, he just keeps rolling.
He walks like an angel walks.
You know your own business best.
He talks like an angel talks, and his hair has a kind of
Graham with of. Yes, please, Graham.
Of music.
Alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, oh.
Oh, you beautiful doll, you great
balls of fire! Fire ruled the world.
I should give 5 points to the outrage of that. Tim, would you start a song, please? Come to you. Start a song.
Certainly. I'm dreaming of a
whiter still and wider.
No advertising. Why do the birds say I love you? Or why does the sun stand in the sky? Or why does the rain fall on me every day? Will somebody tell me why?
You've just written that.
It was all right. It was
very good indeed.
10 dots after it already. Why do the birds keep on singing?
That's the one you were thinking of.
No.
Singing in the rain, just singing in the rain, have a glorious feeling.
Feeling too.
Feeling groovy.
I think we'll have a song from Jo. I'll score 2 points to Jo for that, and she starts the next song. Next to last song in this round.
I love to go a-wandering along the mountain.
Mountain, climb every hill, till you find your dream.
Graham.
Dream.
Still dream. It's a long dream. Dim.
I don't know that one, Bill.
Dream. My hoot is poised.
Yes, I suspect it is, Barry. Dream a little dream with me. Tune's wrong, words right.
Dream along with me. Yeah.
Dream along with me.
Me. Jo.
Me.
David whispering. Stop it.
And my shadow strolling down the avenue.
Haven't you seen me? I'm walking down the street. Don't I look so neat from my head down to me feet?
Tell us about it. Superb. 5 points all. Superb. Round of applause, both teams. Still in lyrical mood, but lay off the music. Lay off the music, folks, because it's time for limericks. I'm going to give each team the first line of a limerick. They must then complete the limerick, taking alternate lines. And we're going to start with Tim and Bill, and their limerick starts, "There was a young man from Devizes." Was a young man from Devizes.
I think we all know that one.
Yeah. Let's try and forget it for a moment.
You can do it on your own.
What they said about him.
No?
I'll do the first line.
All right.
There was a young man from Devizes.
Oh, that's original. There was a young man from Devizes.
So is that.
Who falls and occasionally rises.
He said, "It's my fault."
And I am such a dolt. But
whenever... Oh, it's dirty.
my legs are of different sizes?
Yeah. Most euphemistic lyric I've ever heard. Wasn't it nice to hear that one again, cleaned up? But now, Jo and Graham, will you make what you will of "There once was a woman from Poole." There once was a woman from Poole.
There once was a woman from Poole.
Good.
I haven't even written it yet. Who thought she was frightfully cool.
She went for a walk.
She tripped on a cork.
And said, "Oh dear, I feel such a fool." Golly, we needed that. So now, on to the next round, singing relay. Singing relay. One of the players of each team starts off a song, and he and his partner must sing a duet, but each singing alternate words, one word each, ladies and gentlemen. Any player who falters or messes about is declared soppy. And 2 points go to the other side. So we'll start with Tim and Bill, and the words of the song, "June is busting out all over."
True.
June is busting
out all over the meadow
and the hill.
Buds are busting out bushes and romping river pushes.
Every
Little wheel that wheels beside a mill.
June
is busting out all over. The feeling is getting so intense that the young Virginia creepers have been hugging the bejeepers out all.
Fawlty. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. A gallant attempt. I can't give no points to that. I refuse to give no points to that. I'm going to give 2 points to that. Would you like to try another chorus?
Yes.
Swifter tempo. Mr. Lee, would you play that very swiftly?
June is busting out all over the meadow and hill. Oh! Bushes and the romping river pushes. Every little wheel that wheels beside a mill.
A gallant attempt, though. Sorry. It is a swine, is it not? Jo and Graham, your song, alternating words, please, on "Rock Around the Clock."
1,
2,
3,
o'clock,
4,
o'clock,
rock,
5,
6,
7,
o'clock,
8,
o'clock,
rock,
9,
10,
11,
o'clock,
12,
o'clock,
rock.
We're done.
A falter
Not
there.
easy.
Faster!
You are now going to plunge into an up-tempo rendition
Quiet.
with the piano.
1, 2, 3, o'clock,
4,
o'clock.
Rock.
5,
6.
7.
No. Tim and Bill are winning at the moment. Should we put them through that hoop again? Should we give them a chance to rock around the clock?
Yes.
Rock around the clock.
Faster still.
Faster still, please, say. 1, 2, 3,
o'clock,
4,
o'clock,
rock,
5,
6,
7,
o'clock,
8,
o'clock,
rock,
9,
10,
11,
o'clock,
12,
o'clock,
rock,
where,
gonna,
rock,
around,
the
clock,
tonight,
good,
yeah,
mad,
rag,
on,
fun.
I'm declaring that a draw. I'm declaring that a draw. Draw, madam. And you'll remember earlier I spoke of late arrivals at a certain function. It was in fact the clothing manufacturer's ball. So I'm going to ask the two teams to mention some of the silly people who arrived late at the clothing manufacturer's ball, please. We'll start over with Jo and Graham on this one.
The first arrival at the clothing manufacturer's ball, two German visitors, Frau Shirt and her husband Herr Shirt. Merci. Welcome to our country.
And Tim Brooke Taylor's got one?
Yes.
Well, we've established that.
No comment. Another arrival, Mr. and Mrs. Rack and their daughter Anna Rack. They'll be very pleased.
And waiting at the ball, Mr. and Mrs. Elastic and their son Nick.
Funnily enough, he was unarmed. But instead, dipping for Mr. Nick Elastic, we have at the clothing manufacturer's ball Mr. and Mrs. J. Frantz and their son. Why do I bother?
And also at the same ball, Mr. and Mrs. Ning Dress and their daughter Eve.
And from Scotland, Mr. and Mrs. Strap and their son.
That's it.
Thank you. Well, he certainly has your support. And finally, would you believe it? Mr. Penders is killing me. And his wife, Mrs. Penders, is killing me. Rapidly followed by another late arrival, Mr. and Mrs. Icklestocking. From Russia. With their Russian cousin, Serge Icklestocking.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been trying to keep the score. You won't believe this because it's not true. I'm declaring this a tie, a draw, so it's goodbye for now from Jo Kendall, Graham Garden, Bill Oddie and Tim Brooke Taylor.
And a late arrival.
John Cleese. And a late arrival. Go on then.
From Scotland, Mr. and Mrs. Underwear and their son, Woolly Underwear.
Barry Cryer at last managed to say goodbye from Tim Brooke Taylor, Graham Garden, Jo Kendall, Bill Oddie, Dave Lee at the piano, and producer John Castle.
We present I'm Sorry, I Haven't a Clue. A panel game. And would you believe it, once again it's Tim Brooke Taylor, Graham Garden and Bill Oddie, joined this week by John Cleese. Dave Lee is still seated at the piano, but this time Humphrey Lyttelton is in the chair.
Once again, I'm proud and intensely happy to present, on the one hand, Tim Brooke Taylor and Bill Oddie. And their wordy opponents, Graham Garden and John Cleese. This, as you know, is a sort of panel game. Don't worry, it only goes on for half an hour and then things will get back to normal. The first round is the one in which each team has to sing the words of one song to the tune of another. Right. Yes. John and Graham, please sing the words of All I Want for Christmas Is My Two Front Teeth to the tune of Men of Harlech.
All I want for Christmas is my two front teeth, my two front teeth. See my two front teeth, if I could only have my two front teeth. Then I could wish you a Merry Christmas. It seems so long since I could say, Sister Susie, sitting on that thistle. Gosh, oh gee, how happy I'd be if I could only whistle. All I want for Christmas is my two front teeth.
So I was just testing my buzzer. For the benefit of the audience, I shall be judging this on rendition. Tim and Bill, we'd like you to sing the words of Yes, We Have No Bananas. If you'll loosen your ties in the approved Tony Bennett manner and sing it to the tune of I Left My Heart in San Francisco.
Fashion tomato, a nice juicy potato. But yes, we have no
Right, well, one or two Welshmen in the audience stood up and sprung a leak during that actually Men of Harlech, so I'm giving 2 points to the A team and 1 to the B team. We go on to the next round, which... oh, wait a minute, before the next round, I have to introduce a round which we're coming to at the very end of the programme. And later on, at the end of the programme, the teams are going to be asked to announce, in the form of a Master of Ceremonies announcement, people with silly names. To give the players time to think them up, I'll leave it until later in the programme before I ask for their silly names, appropriate to the late arrivals at the zookeeper's ball. So, team, that's what you have to think up now. We'll go on quickly to the next round. This is a round called Word for Word, and I give each team a word, and they must immediately come up with another word which has nothing whatever to do with the word I gave them. And the other team can challenge and try to prove a connection. I'm going to start with the A team, with Graham Garden, and as soon as I can find my list of words, I've written out all the words I know and lost them. Graham, your word is grocer. Objection from Tim Brooke Taylor.
There was a long delay then. grocer, long pause. No connection with a long pause, I can tell you.
I didn't want to say anything libelous.
There's nothing in the rules.
I retract that objection.
Order, please. There's nothing in the rules about long pause.
Ah. Long pause. Kangaroo.
So, we're now going to start with John Cleese with a different word, and the word is screw.
Feather.
Mice. Piano. Armadillo.
Watering can.
Elephant.
Objection from Timbrook Taylor.
Connection. I've got an elephant's foot watering can.
It's true. It is. He has too.
Yes. Objection upheld.
A can for watering elephants.
And I've lost the score. But we're going to start now with Timbrook Taylor, and he's going to start with the word crutch.
Rainbow.
Crutch.
Rainbow.
My buzzer won't buzz. My buzzer won't buzz. I can't make my buzzer buzz.
9 objections in one there.
Repetition.
From John McDowell.
There's nothing in the rules. Mr. Chairman, be honest about this.
1 mark for being in the wrong panel game.
Also lack of entertainment.
I'm going to give one more word now. I'm going to ask Graham Garden to start with the word stag.
Whistle.
Pillow. Rebarbative.
Recidivist.
Sesquipedalianism.
Antediluvian.
Elvira Madigan.
Gaius Plutus.
Vampire Bat.
Thank you.
Objection from Bill Oddie.
I couldn't have said any of those.
Therefore
they are connected.
That's true, logic.
Objection upheld. Because, as a matter of fact, I happen to know that Bill Oddie couldn't have said any of the words that have been mentioned so far. 4 marks for each of the teams there for managing to keep going as long as they did. The next round is called Swanee, How I Love You. And I'm going to ask each team to play a tune on Swanee whistles. This is an instrument, as you know, which requires perfect pitch from the executant. And I have to recognize or guess what tune they're playing. And we'll start now with whoever's got the Swanee whistle. We'll start now with Graham Garden and John Cleese.
What are we playing? I don't know what we're playing.
This is the point when I'm called upon to identify the tune. It's difficult for me because both of them were playing a different tune. John Cleese was playing an excerpt from one of the later works of John Cage, one of the pieces which have been recently featured on the Radio 3. Is that correct?
That's right.
That's right, yeah.
That's not the one I was trying to play.
And Graham Garden, accidentally, in the course of that performance, played about 1.5 bars of Moon River.
Right.
Is that right?
So for...
Was that what it was?
I'll judge this one when we've heard the song from Timbrook Taylor and Bill Oddie. difficult to hear that one for the sound of pennies clanking into a tin mug. But after a long time, I did manage to detect a few bars of Climb Every Mountain.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
But on time, you have a time penalty there, because it took me several hours to get that one. So you get 1, and the other team get 2. The score at the moment is indecipherable. But I'll add it up in a moment. Now we have a round in which I read out some world records, and I'm going to ask the teams to identify them, but I'm not going to tell them what the record is for. I'm simply going to tell them the world record, and they've got to tell me what it's for. In fact, I'm not going to ask the teams. I'm going to ask each individual member of each team, starting with John Cleese. And this record is £13 per annum.
Annum.
That's what I said.
Right. It's the number of voles an Icelander eats. Well, the weight of voles.
I should make it clear that this is pounds sterling.
It's the value of the vole.
In fact, you're surprisingly close.
It's the value of the Icelanders that lemmings eat.
Keep going. You're very near to it.
It's the value of a lemming's pelt.
I'll tell you what it is.
When the Icelanders pelt the lemmings, it's the cost.
I'll tell you.
No, I don't really know.
You really were very, very close to that. I'll tell you the actual answer, the exact answer. It's the cost of the upkeep of the longest moustache in the world, belonging to Mazuriya Din, a Brahmin of the Pentabag district in Uttar Pradesh, India. So you see, you were quite close.
How long is that?
And that, I think, an answer which...
yes!
An answer which deserves no marks, richly. Bill Oddie, your record is 103.6 miles per hour.
It's the speed that I run out of the room when the Tony Blackburn show comes on.
Vicious.
I can't really accept that answer.
It's true, I'm telling you.
But it applies to so many people, not only you. I'll give you the answer. Do you want
It's
to know
the speed that Tony Blackburn runs out of the room when the goodies come on.
The answer to that one is it's the highest measured speed of expelled... This is rather disgusting, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
The highest measured speed of expelled particles during a sneeze.
What a nasty idea.
I'm very glad you didn't know that, Bill.
Yes, quite.
Graham Garden, your record, which I ask you to identify, is 8 hours 50 minutes and 250 yen.
8 hours, 50 minutes and 250 yen.
Not 240.
No, 250.
Oh, it's not that one then.
No, it's not.
It's the 250 yen record, isn't it? It's the... Yes, it's the slowest speed at which a Japanese camel keeper can count 250 yen. I know it sounds boring, but it's a fact.
Well, it's the length and admission price of the world's longest film. You remember seeing it? It was on BBC television one Sunday afternoon.
They showed it on ATV and it was cut to 12 minutes.
That's 3 satirical marks. Tim Brooke Taylor, yours is 101,300 square feet.
No, it isn't.
And 101,300 square feet.
That's what It sounds like a description of Napoleon's army retreating from Moscow.
Funnily enough, you're very, very close.
At least it was a quick answer.
Well, you
close? Would you like
I think
me to
I'm
go
going to
on?
give you half a mark. You're the only one who scored a half a mark on this, because you have got close enough to say Napoleon. It does, in fact, concern Wellington.
Very close.
It's the largest floor area of any wooden building, and it exists in the Department of Education in Wellington, New Zealand. I'll tell you the scores in a moment, but meanwhile, this next round looks like going on for a long time, so I shall have ample opportunity for totting up the score while that's going on. This is a round in which each member of the teams has to impersonate a well-known person impersonating another well-known person, reciting a nursery rhyme. And I shall give you the people that you have to do. Now, John Cleese, I'd like you to impersonate Clive Jenkins, impersonating Her Majesty the Queen, reciting Jack and Jill.
Now?
Go ahead, Clive.
My executive and I advised the said Jack and Jill not to carry on with their proposed plans to go up the hill to fetch a pail of Dom Perignon 56. It's all very good. But unfortunately, Jack fell down and broke my crown. And we had to call the strike off. Johnny.
Never mind.
Good. Well, we'll give you a couple of marks for that. Graham, I'd like you to impersonate Eddie Waring. Impersonate...
Impossible.
Fix. Impersonating Walter Gabriel. It can't be fixed because I'm setting these and I've never watched any of your programs. Reciting Sing a Song of Sixpence.
Lord, a pocket full of rye. 20 blackboard, baked in a pie, oh, John. Well, the pie was open, the birds began to sing, and quite a nice noise they made. I say that, wasn't that a dainty dish to set before a king? No. Well, now back to David Vine.
Well, I scored 2 to Eddie Waring and 1 to Walter Gabriel, making a net total of 1 mark. Tim Brooke Taylor, impersonate Edward Heath, impersonating Maurice Chevalier, reciting Humpty Dumpty.
Bonsoir. Je veux chanter une chanson. Every little breeze seems to whisper Louise. An autre chanson. Humpty Dumpty. Is that on a well? Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's asses. It's not like I done it. And all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together. Again. Thank you so much. You're too kind. Thank you. Merci. And good night.
I'm going to give you 1 mark on the grounds that Edward Heath does a much better impersonation than Maurice Chevalier. Bill Oddie, this one, you'll get a bonus mark if you can get through this one without doing yourself an injury. I want you to impersonate Tommy Cooper, impersonating Louis Armstrong, reciting Three Blind Mice.
That's a lot, Bill. There we go. Three blind mice. Three blind mice. Zippity boo bop. See them run. I've seen them run. Have you seen them run? I've seen them run. Look at them run. Whoa, baby, look at them run. Yeah, all right. Whoa, they're all run after the farmer's wife. Where? I've seen the farmer's wife. I'll run after her. No fools, those mice. See what I'm going to do? I do a little trick. I take a carving knife. I gotta cut off the tails. I gotta cut off the tails. Here, I gotta cut off one tail. I cut off two tails. I've cut off his head. Oh, yeah! You ever see such a thing in your life? I didn't see it. Oh, no. There's three blind... three blind mice. Oh, yeah!
Two marks there, which is the maximum that I'm allowed to give on that particular one. Now, the teams, I can actually give you the score now. The teams stand as follows. John Cleese and Graham Garden have scored 18. Terrible tense hush come over. And Tim Brooke Taylor and Bill Oddie have scored 20 and a half. Never mind, John and Graham. There's plenty of time yet. Worse luck. We have a singing relay now, and in this round, one of the players of each team starts off a song, and he and his partner must sing a duet. But each one has to sing alternate words. In other words, the duet is alternating between the two of them, one word each. Any player who falters or messes up the game is declared soppy, and 2 points go to the other side, which I'll write down now because it's a foregone conclusion. But John and Graham, I'd like you to sing alternately. I'd like you to give actually a romantic interpretation of this song, if you will. Give me the moonlight.
Give me the moonlight, give me the go, and leave the rest to me. Give me a babbling brook, give me a shady...
Well, you lose a point, but what we do now... You can get that point back now if you manage to get through the song at a faster tempo.
Oh, certainly. Give me the moonlight, give me the go, and leave the rest to me. Give me...
Oh, no! They scored no marks for that. And we go over to the other side, and we have an alternating version from Tim and Bill of Stop Your Tickling Jock.
Will you stop your tickling jock? Oh, stop your tickling jock.
Faster.
Penalty kick for obstruction. You can start it again slightly slower.
Slower than that? It's only a half rush.
Will you stop your tickling jock? Oh, stop your tickling jock. Didn't make me laugh so hearty. Oh, you make me so...
You lose 1 mark out of 2 there, but you can regain it if you can sing it accurately throughout at a much faster tempo.
Will you stop? Yeah. Clip. Stop. Take it. No, we can't be
It's more difficult singing in a foreign language, let's face
-1.
Dead heat, -1 each. Well, now we come to the round that I told you about at the beginning, and I've given the teams time to think up their funny names, in which to announce the late arrivals at the zookeeper's ball. And we'll start first of all now with John and Graham.
Mr. and Mr. and Mrs. Crested Grebe and their daughter, Greta Crested Grebe.
We'll give you one for that, Graham.
Mr. and Mrs. Pansy and their son, Jim Pansy.
Tim.
Mr. Arthur Platypus and his duck Bill Platypus.
Miss, also at the zookeeper's ball.
Oh, yes.
Old Ma Racket and her husband, Pa Racket.
John?
Mr. and Mrs. Rhinoceros and their son, Ray Rhinoceros.
Graham?
Mr. and Mrs. Conda and their daughter, Anna. Conda.
Not to mention Uncle Elope and his wife, Aunt Elope.
Ladies and gentlemen,
later on.
this is where I tell you the
Mr. and Mrs. Tita and their daughter, Ann Tita.
This is where I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the score as of now is 21 each.
And we should stop there.
Out of a possible 17. This is where we come to the end of this week's program. We shall be back unless some fortuitous cataclysm intervenes next week. And so it's goodbye from John Cleese and Graham Garden. Tim Brooke Taylor and Bill Oddie. Our long-suffering musical accompanist, David Lee. And me, Humphrey Littleton.
That was Humphrey Littleton saying goodbye on behalf of Tim Brooke Taylor, John Cleese, Graham Garden, and Bill Oddie. Dave Lee, pianofortist extraordinaire, also bids farewell, as does producer John Castle. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the panel game. Yes, believe it or not, it's another scintillating session of virtuoso verbiage from Tim Brooke Taylor, John Cleese, Graham Garden, and Bill Oddie. Dave Lee will be tickling the ivories, and Humphrey Littleton reposing in the chair.
Hello again. Once again, it's my duty to present on my left, John Cleese and Graham Garden. On my right, Tim Brooke Taylor and Bill Oddie. Those of you who've seen this program or heard this program before won't have the faintest idea what's happening, which starts us all off level pegging. And I'm going to ask each team to sing a song, but they'll have to sing it as animals nominated by me. And I shall mark this one for zoological exactitude, whatever that means. Now then, we'll start with John and Graham, please. If you'll sing lovely old French song, Autumn Leaves, as wolves. Out of two, because one of the wolves laid an egg halfway through. Bill and Tim, if you will sing a composition by, I think I'm right in saying, Irving Berlin. It's a song called Blue Skies, and you have to sing it as pigs.
Yes. I just killed my pig.
An awful mass mischief.
Didn't need to kill it. I think they were dying of strangulation. Now, I have to explain to you that at the very end of this game, I'm going to ask the teams to announce people with silly names appropriate to the function for which they're being announced. And to give the players time to think them up, I'll leave it until later in the program before I ask for their silly names appropriate to the late arrivals at the Greengrocer's Ball. Greengrocer's Ball. That's for you to ponder on, team, while we go on to the second round. In this round, each team will play a scene from a well-known play, but only one member of the team has a script, and the other one has to improvise and get on as best he can. And this will be marked, for two marks will be the maximum for survival. Now, the first play is going to be performed by Bill and Tim, and their play is The Importance of Being Earnest by Oscar Wilde. The part of Algernon, played by Bill, and Cecily by Tim. Curtain up. Overture and beginners, please.
Enter Algernon, very gay and debonair.
It's Tommy Cooper.
No, it's not. He's very gay. Oh, you are my little cousin Cicely, I'm sure.
Well, I'm not so sure.
Maybe a non sequitur, but I'm not really wicked at all, Cousin Cicely. You mustn't think that I am wicked.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
Of course, I have been rather reckless.
Oh, like a successful sailor. Think about it. No, on second thought, no. Reckless, yes.
In fact, now you mention the subject, I have been very bad in my own small way.
Oh, don't be so modest.
It is much pleasanter being here with you.
Oh, you're just saying that.
About my...
Not very well.
Australia, I'd sooner die.
I think you just have.
I think Tim was playing the wrong part there. He was playing Lady Constance Bracknell, but still, we'll give them 2 marks now, and we'll move on to John and Graham, who, on a slightly higher cultural level, playing a scene from Henry VI, Part 2, by William Shakespeare. John Holland is played by Graham Garden. George Beavis by John Cleese.
They're not in this.
Well, I say it was never merry world in England since gentlemen came up.
Tis true. He never said a true word in his life. Tis true. I can find out the fault in that.
Oh, the nobility think scorn to go in leather aprons.
You can say that again. Tis true.
True, and yet it is sad, labour in thy vocation, which as much as to say, let the magistrates be labouring men, and therefore should we be magistrates.
Well, I don't know as how I can quite agree with that. I think that is a question for debate, or as they do say, a moot point.
I see them! But there's best son, the Channer of Wingham.
Aye, so he be there now. I see him there, he be the one with the 2 legs.
Aye, and Dick the butcher.
I see him too, with the tin and boot polish embedded behind his cheek.
And Smith the weaver.
With another tin and boot polish embedded just behind his left temple.
Come!
They've been fighting down at the greengrocer's again.
Come, let's fall in with them.
On to the next round, which I'm sorry to say involves singing. This is a round that involves individual players rather than teams, and this is where the first player starts a song, stops singing whenever he feels like it, and the next player picks up on the word at which he stopped and has to start a new song, starting with that word. And we shall be going in the order of Bill Oddie, Graham Garden, Tim Brooke Taylor, and John Cleese. Bill Oddie, will you start, please?
Once on a high and windy hill, in the morning mist, two lovely black eyes. Oh, Oklahoma when the wind comes.
The next line. And again, what?
Plain.
No, you didn't know the next line.
I said,
going to stop
I
there.
said plain. Do you want plain or do you want
Plain
Oklahoma?
is your word, John.
Plain sailing is what they told me to do. When I went there to see them last week. Boom, boom, boom.
We'll have to stop that there because that song is one that's not allowed to be broadcast. And we'll take it up now. We won't penalise you there. We'll take it up with Graham Garden to start there.
When the red robin comes bobbing along,
Way to Tipperary, it's a long... Was the last one long?
John, long.
Oh, it's my turn, sorry. No. What was it again?
Long
way to Tipperary, it's a long
way to go. It's a long way to Tipperary.
Oh, ref, come on. Chapel, John.
Something tells me we're involved in a vicious circle here, so... Tim, will you start a song now, please?
Yes, certainly. If I can think of one. Run, rabbit, run. Away with me.
Oh, again?
Another unpublished work. It's a new one. It's in a new Broadway musical.
While there's still time, I'm going to go on to the next round there, having scored 21 to Team A and 72 to Team B. In this round, each team will read an excerpt from a well-known play. They're going to read this in a disguised voice, and for 1 point, the other team has to identify the piece. So we'll start on this occasion with Bill Oddie and Tim Brooke Taylor.
The Odd Couple by Neil Simon.
Can we have some nice dramatic music, please, Dave?
Nice dramatic music from David.
All right. I'd like to know what happened.
What's happened?
That's right. Something must have caused you to go off the deep end like this. What is it? Something I said? Something I did? Hey, what?
It's nothing you said. It's nothing you did. It's you.
I see. Well, that's plain enough.
I could make it plainer, but I don't want to hurt you.
What is it? The cooking, the cleaning, the crying. I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's the cooking, cleaning, and crying. It's the talking in your sleep. It's the moose calls that open your ears at 2 o'clock in the morning. I can't take it anymore. I'm cracking up. Everything you do irritates me. And when you're not here, I don't want to do when you come in. All right, what was that in?
Have you started yet?
Right. John and Graham, if you can identify that, please.
Darling, it's rather reminiscent of some Arnold Bennett.
No,
not Arnold Bennett, no.
Not Arnold. Gordon Bennett.
Gordon Bennett. Elbow Arnold.
Elbow Arnold. It might even have been Elbow Arnold.
Benedict Arnold, do you think?
Yes, or Gordon Benedict.
Or Gordon Benedict. I think it was something more popular, more recent.
Yes. Yes, possibly.
yes.
Kit Marlowe or...
Give you 10 seconds.
Or Malkito.
Yeah, could have been. Is it modern?
Yes, it's modern.
Overran your time then. Bill and Tim, will you divulge what that dramatic piece was, please?
Yes, it's The Odd Couple by Neil Simon. The Odd Couple by Neil Simon.
Oh, didn't we say that? Wasn't that the first one we did?
Right, there's no marks to John and Graham. It is their turn now to try and baffle the other team with their dramatic excerpt.
The Cherry Orchard by Chekhov.
My father was your father's serf. Your great-grandfathers before him, but you were so good to me when I was young that I've forgotten all that. I love you like a sister. You're my own flesh and blood. Old nurse died while you were away.
Yep, I know. God be with her, God rest her soul, poor old bat.
Anastasia is dead too. Cross-eyed Petrushka has left us now and works in the town at the police inspector's.
My daughter, Dashenka, sends her greetings.
I must leave at once. There's no time to talk. Well, I'll say it in 2 or 3 words. You already know that your cherry orchard is...
Stop it! Nasty, dirty, filthy, full frontal style. I don't like that.
No.
John
Tim and Bill,
here?
rack your brains.
Well, I would say it was Russian. Tell that by the accents. Voices threw me a bit. I wish it was always performed like that. I'd say if I was playing chess. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say Chekhov, mate. I'd say it was The Cherry Orchard by Bluey Chekhov. Bluey Chekhov.
Right.
Mind you, you did give us
the 1 mark there to Bill and Tim, bringing the score to 2 each. And this is the one in which each team has to sing the words of one song to the tune of another. And I'm going to ask Bill Oddie and Tim Brooke Taylor to start this one off now. And I want them to sing the words of There Is a Tavern in the Town to the tune of White Christmas. I stopped that one there because they'd made that dramatic leap into the high register, and I was really fearing for their safety once they were... Right, now, John Cleese and Graham Garden, your words are Any Old Iron, and your song is a very appropriate one for those particular words, Some Enchanted Evening.
Any old iron, any old iron,
stopped you there because the BBC has to pay royalties if a recognisable 4 bars of any tune are performed, and I reckon we stopped you just under the recognisable 4 bars. I'm going to give Bill and Tim 1 mark for that, and John and Graham, after a great deal of deliberation, 1 mark for theirs as well. That brings us on to the next round, in which each member of the team has to impersonate a well-known person, impersonating another well-known person, reciting a nursery rhyme. And we're going to start now with Graham Garden, who I'm going to ask to imitate Clement Freud, impersonating Rolf Harris, reciting Little Miss Muffet.
Was he getting the voice right then?
The arrogance to think that he might do.
He's drinking the water. He's about to start. Tie me a kangaroo down, spoon.
Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet,
Eating her curds and whey.
and down came a spider, sat down beside her, under the shade of the coolibah tree.
And frightened Miss Muffet away.
1 mark for that, and we go over to Tim Brooke Taylor, who is asked to impersonate Harold Wilson, impersonating Chairman Mao, reciting Mary, Mary, quite contrary.
Merely, merely, quite contrarily. How does your garden glow? Well, how, and how, and pretty rides all in a row. I think that'll do for the time being. Thank you, I agree. Good night.
Right, level pegging on this round with 1 mark there out of 2. And now, Bill Oddie, will you give us Donald Duck impersonating Huey Green? Reciting Simple Simon.
I don't even know Simple Simon. Let alone, I can do Donald Duck, I can do Huey Green, but I can't do Simple Simon.
Well, that's 1 mark, Donald.
Right. Thank you very much, friends. Here we go. We're going to do Simple Simon. This is Donald Duck impersonating Huey Green. You may not believe that. I'm a very clever duck, and I do a really wonderful impersonation. What's more, this is very clever, and I'm going to do Donald Duck impersonating Huey Green, impersonating Donald Duck. Now, was Simple Simon met a pieman going to the fair. So Simple Simon to the pieman, can you speak a little more clearly, please, duck? All right, don't worry. Is only a poor duck doing that? I'll report you all to the RSPCA.
And I'll report you for ruining a BBC microphone. While you mop it off, that's two marks to Bill for that. And we come now to John Cleese, who I'm going to ask to impersonate David Frost, impersonating Adolf Hitler. They're different. Reciting the Grand Old Duke of York, John.
The Grand Old Duke of York.
They are different, John.
The super old Duke of York. Und aus? He had 10,000 pounds. Sorry. Oh, slippy shame. 10,000 men. Sorry.
Der Mensch ist sehr auf Gefühligkeit.
Hat sehr obergematschet. Oben und so weiter bis dahin. Und den habe ich unter Gefilden gefunden und das Leiden, sie werden nach der Bitten. Come on, the will. See, goodbye. Bye.
Two danger marks there for nearly bursting a blood vessel. And we go on now to the singing relay. And in this one, one of the players of each team starts off a song, and he and his partner have to sing a duet, each one singing alternate words. And they're penalized if either of them sings 2 words or if they falter and stop in the middle. Now, let's start with John and Graham here, and we'd like you to sing Who's Your Lady Friend?
Hello? Hello? Who's your lady friend? Who's the little girlie by your side? I've seen you with a girl or two. Oh, 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 I am surprised at you. Hello? Hello? What? You're... I got excited.
Right. You lose 1 of your 2 marks there, but you can get it back again if you can manage to get through it all at a very much faster tempo.
Hello? Hello? Who's your lady friend? Who's the little girlie by your side? I've seen...
Okay, I'll give you 2 marks there. I'll give you 2 marks there, because that was a very good effort. As we go over now to Bill and Tim, and your song is I Belong to Glasgow.
I belong to Glasgow, dear old Glasgow town. There's nothing the matter with Glasgow, 'cause it's going round and round. Oh, I'm only a common old working chap. But when I couple of such a class, I'm really not better than.
You really encourage them. Now, you've got to get 1 mark back now by singing that one very much faster.
A bit there. I belong to Glasgow, dear old Glasgow town. Oh, there's something the matter with Glasgow, 'cause it's going round and round. Oh, I'm only a common old working chap, as anyone can see. But when I Glasgow belongs to me, I give up.
Right, well, I'm awarding 2 marks there, which brings the scores to John and Graham 15 and Bill and Tim 16. So now we come to the final round, which I referred to at the beginning of the program, where each of the teams can make up marks. This is the one where I ask each of the teams to announce the late arrivals at the Greengrocer's Ball. The Greengrocer's Ball. So if you're ready now with your arrivals, we'll start with Bill and Tim's team. Bill.
Mr. and Mrs. F. Toot and their son B. Toot. Beg your pardon?
You don't qualify for that one. Because, we don't have B-toots on the menu. This particular ball. John Cleese.
Mr. and Mrs. Cobeans and their son Harry Cobeans.
Tim.
And another arrival at the Greengrocer's Ball. Mr. and Mrs. It from Australia. And their grandmother from England. Pomegranate.
Graham Garden.
Miss Emily Snip and her father, Parks Juggermouth. Not to mention the final arrival at the Greengrocer's Ball with a bit of luck which should win us the round.
Oh, no, it won't.
Oh, no, it won't. Mr. and Mrs. Pound of Apples, please. Not him. Yes.
Not him.
Not him. And their famous son.
No.
From the East End. Half a pound of apples. And another. Oh, no.
And another arrival, ladies and gentlemen.
No, Mr. and Mrs. Baldy Biscuit. And their son, Gary Baldy Biscuit. And getting the Greengrocer's
Rose's ball.
He came in for a leak.
This is where I
And the final arrival, Mr. and Mrs. Joke and their son, Norman Joke.
Well, this is
and
where...
one uninvited guest,
This is where it's time to tot up the score.
Mr. and Mrs. O'Ree and their son, all together, Chick.
Rockory. That one manages to bring the score level at...
And their
bring the
son-
score level at 24 each. This is where... This is where it's time to say on behalf of our two teams, musical accompanist David Lee and myself, Humphrey Littleton, goodbye now.
And the dramatis personae, if you'll forgive the expression, were Tim Brooke Taylor, John Cleese, Graham Garden, and Bill Oddie. Dave Lee was at the piano, and John Castles attempting the production.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. Your chairman this week, Humphrey Littleton.
Hello again. This next half hour is hopefully described as a panel game involving two opposing teams. On one side, Graham Garden and John Cleese. And on the other side, Tim Brooke Taylor and Bill Oddie. I shall be conducting the game, marshalling the crowds, keeping the score, and hoping devoutly that we all emerge intact at the other end. Here's the first round now, in which I ask each team to sing the words of one song to the tune of another. We're going to start with John Cleese and Graham Garden, and I'm going to ask you to sing the words of How Much Is That Doggy in the Window to the tune of that well-known cavalry and circus march, The Entry of the Gladiators.
How much is that doggy in the window? The one with the waggly tail. How much is that doggy in the window? I do hope that doggy's for sale. I must take a trip to California and leave my poor sweetheart alone. If he has a doggy, when he lonesome, and the doggy will have it all. How much is that doggy in the window? The one with the waggly tail. How much is that doggy in the window? I do hope that doggy's for sale. Quite enough, we shouldn't have to sing any more because...
Thank you, John and Graham. I'm marking this one for rendition. Tim and Bill, your words are those of Zippity Doodah to the melody of the theme song of the Women's Institute, Jerusalem.
My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine headed my way. Zippity-doo, does zippity. Mr. Bluebird
I'm awarding Bill and Tim 1 for that, an award which has been given over the telephone by the Women's Institute themselves. John and Graham, 2 marks for your rendering. And we go on to a point in the thing where I have to announce that at the end of the game, at the end of the program, we're going to ask each team to announce people with silly names. And to give the players time to think them up, I'll leave it until the very end of the program before I ask for them, and I'll give them a bit of time to think them out. They're going to be asked to announce people, late arrivals, for the Farmer's Ball. That's coming up later. Teams. And we go on to the second round, which is misleading readings. In this round, each team will read an excerpt from a well-known classic in the English language in a disguised voice, or in disguised voices, and for 1 point, the other side must identify the piece. Our audience here will be told what the pieces are. John and Graham, I'm going to ask you to start.
John and Graham's piece is Twelfth Night by William Shakespeare.
John and Graham, can we have your piece, please?
Some are born great. Some achieve greatness.
What sayest thou?
And some have greatness thrust upon thee.
Heaven restore thee.
Remember who commended thy yellow stocking.
Thy yellow stocking?
And wish to see thee cross-gartered. Go to, thou art made, if thou desirest to be so.
Am I made?
If not, let me see thee a servant still.
Why, this is very midsummer madness.
Yes.
Tim and Bill, ignore that clack in the audience and identify that piece.
No, not the artist. I didn't mean to say it wasn't the artist. It's more classic than that. It's not in front of the children.
Not Son of Long John Silver. No.
Not Son of Long. I recognise Louis Armstrong impersonation in there somewhere.
I would say it was Shakespearean.
Yes.
Yes.
And Bill knows it.
Richard the Third.
No. Bill.
Midsummer Night's Dream. No. Sonnet 158.
Close.
Before we go through the entire works of Shakespeare, I'll give you half a mark for Shakespeare and dock you half a mark for not knowing that it was from Twelfth Night.
Twelfth Night?
Was it? Twelfth Night.
Now, Tim and Bill, let's have your excerpt from the classic, please.
And from Tim and Bill, The Mad Hatter's Tea Party from Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll.
You might just as well say that I breathe when I sleep is the same thing as I sleep when I breathe.
What? It is the same thing with you, isn't it?
Yeah. What day of the month is it?
It's the fourth day of the month.
2 days wrong. Told you, butter wouldn't suit the works.
It's your best butter.
Yeah, it's best butter, but some crumbs must have got in as well. You shouldn't have put it in with the bread knife. What a funny watch. It tells the day of the month and doesn't tell what o'clock it is.
Why should it? Does your watch tell what year it is?
Of course not. That's because it stays the same year for such a long time together.
It's just a case of...
I think I'm going out for a cup of tea.
John Cleese and Graham Garden, if you're still awake, can you identify that, please?
I think the audience thought it was Pinter.
You think they
Yes,
thought
I
it was
think
Pinter?
I think they thought
it was played like Pinter.
It was played like Pinter, yes.
It was played faster than Pinter.
Read a Pinter player dough.
Right. Let me have the answer in 5 seconds, please.
It's the
the long, boring play?
It's an autobiography of Wilson, Keppel and Betty by...
Very
close. I think by Stanley Baldwin's second son. No.
It's in fact from the Mad Hatter's Tea Party, Lewis Carroll. No.
Really?
Well, this is the time now when I give each team a subject on which they must improvise a calypso, singing alternate lines, and I mark out of 2 marks for wit and for presentation and expression and the rest of it. I'm going to ask, first of all, Bill Oddie and Tim Brooke Taylor to do a calypso on wife swapping.
What's that? I don't know anything about that. Anything I sing is fairly fictitious. Keep it going. Got your voice on? Here we go. Nearly there with you in an hour or two. Wait a minute. I went to a party and swapped my wife. It was the best time in my life. I really did have a lot of fun. For my swap, I got 2 for 1. There, you can't get much better than that, can you?
I'll give you 2 for that one. Now, John and Graham, your subject is the common market.
Thought about the common market yesterday.
Oh, it seems such a long way away.
There's only one question I want the answer to.
What on earth will Pompey do?
Pompey level pegging so far. Level pegging so far on this round. We go back to Bill and Tim, and if you'll do one now on Come Dancing.
Man. Definitely. Keep going, baby. That's right. Let us down, Mr. Today I went to see Come Dancing, and round the floor all the people were prancing. There were lots of girls looking their best, but the prettiest of all was Peter West.
Yeah, a libel action. 3 marks out of 2 for that. And now, John and Graham, 1 from you on the Olympic Games.
The last Olympic Games were held in Rome, which is a long way from home. This lot'll be at Munich town. Munich City. Oh, and I also think that Peter West is pretty.
Well, you lose a mark for getting into the wrong calypso there. The score up to now is John Cleese and Graham Garden, 1, 2, 3, 5. Bill Oddie and Tim Brooke Taylor. Oh, we've got halves in here. 5, 6, 7, 8.5.
Absolutely.
And we move on to the round called Word for Word, in which I give members of the team in turn a word. They have to come up with a word which has no connection with it whatsoever. Each team has a buzzer, and the opposite team can challenge any word if they can and get a mark if they prove to me that the word has a connection. John Cleese, I want you to start off with the word rent.
Turnip. Contrapuntal. Bat. Recidivist.
Mouse.
Artichoke.
Intermarriage.
Calligraphic.
Batter.
Sten gun.
Challenge there from Tim Brooke Taylor.
It's only because they're using words I don't understand.
The only reason I didn't buzz them is I don't understand them either.
Therefore, I think...
In that case, there is a connection insofar as we do not understand the last 2 words.
Right, well, I'm going to put down. I'm going to put down a mark there to Bill and Tim, and ask Bill Oddie to start with the word rocket.
Runt. Why did I say that? He's talking about himself, isn't he? Bicycle clips. Bicycle clips and runt.
Yes. You said he was talking about himself.
Yes, 1 mark.
1 mark.
Objection upheld.
Let's get this thing moving. Let's get the show on the road, baby.
Graham Garden, will you start with the word limp?
Brown.
Stole.
Egg.
Stoat.
Objection there.
Is that stole?
Stole.
Yeah, most stoles are brown, aren't they?
Yes, they are. You get a mark for that.
Oh,
very tenuous.
Now, you know,
You mean
play
all
this
those
game
that aren't
seriously.
silver and
Yeah.
all the
well,
rest?
no,
Yes,
most
yes.
stoles are brown.
And for that, you can start, Tim Brooke Taylor,
Oh,
with the
thank
word
you.
rook.
Bicycle clip.
Oh! Hesitation.
Arc. Arc.
Violin.
Arc.
Turnip face.
Runt.
Horse bladder hat.
Bicycle clip.
Camel.
I think I'm going to stop you there on
Yes,
the grounds of repetition,
That took me by
deviation,
surprise. I wasn't
Plagiarism.
hesitation, and being in the wrong panel game. I think it's time to hurry on to the next round, which is one which, for want of a better name, we call Spot the Noise. And this time I shall ask each player to listen to a selection of BBC sound effects and on the spur of the moment to invent a story or situation to match them. I'm going to start with John Cleese, and number 1 sound effect, please.
Well, that's it's Gordon Pirrie running up the stairs. He runs up one flight, and then he runs along a completely flat passage, but pretending that he's running upstairs, which you can tell from the change in rhythm. Then he opens the door and finds himself in a very small cupboard, where he attacks MacDonald Hobley, knocks him senseless with a small wooden instrument that is not easy to absolutely distinguish, but I think it may have been a lute. And then he comes out to the cheers of only 4 members of the Luton Girls Choir. The others have either way.
Luton Girls Choir.
In this round, I'm not going to attempt to do the judging myself. We have a sensitive machine up here which will measure the volume of the audience's reaction. It's called an eardrum. The length of the applause for that was 5 seconds, which shouldn't take very long to beat. Let's have the next sound effect. We'll have the story attached to it by Tim Brooke Taylor.
Oh, my God. Oh, yes. That's members of Parliament going into the lobby to vote. Isn't it?
Complaining about indiscipline in the trade unions.
That's what I think it is, going into the lobby to vote. Oh, come on. You've got 6 seconds.
One mark there because something's gone peculiarly wrong with the stopwatch. And we'll have the next sound effect for Graham Garden, please.
The sound which you just heard was recorded in the changing rooms of Derby County football team. Players having their bath following their defeat by Arsenal. And the discovery of a Polaris submarine. A missile being detonated by Brian Clough with his rubber duck.
10 seconds of rather half-hearted applause there, giving him 3 marks. And the fourth one now for Bill Oddie, please.
I think I recognised Raimondo there, didn't I? You know Raimondo, he's the little voice that gives out Jimmy Young's recipes. In which case... well, maybe that's it, yeah. Raimondo's the one who says, hello, and all that. And Jimmy Young's the one who goes... In which case, it's clearly Jimmy Young having just tried out his own recipe for baked beans. Racing. Wait a minute. Save it.
Push your luck.
Racing for the loo and not making it. It's very unpleasant, isn't it? Right.
Ask your mother to
okay, Mum. Thank you.
Well, that scores 3 marks, making a total score of 14.5 for Bill and Tim.
What else?
And 12 for John and Graham.
That's what I made it?
Still, it's early days yet. Well, now we come to the round of impersonations, and here's the round in which one member of each team has to impersonate a well-known person, impersonating another well-known person, reciting a nursery rhyme. And the members of the team who've been chosen for this week are, for John and Graham's team, Graham Garden, who I would like to give an impersonation of Richard III, impersonating Ken Dodd, reciting Tom Tom the Piper's Son.
Yeah.
Tom the Piper's Son stole a pig and away did run. The pig was eat. And Tom was beat. Have you ever been beaten, missus? And Tom went running up the street.
Thank you, Graham Garden. Over now to Bill Oddie on the other side, who's going to be asked to impersonate Frankie Howard, impersonating Mickey Mouse, reciting Bar Bar Black Sheep.
Yes. Hi there, Frankie. That's not bad.
Not bad for Frankie Howard.
It's not bad for Frankie. Now let's get Mickey. Hey? No. Well, here we go. Yes. Hey? No, shush. Bar Bar Black Sheep. Hey? Have you any wool? Yes, I have. No, I haven't. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. Ooh, 1. Right? No. Hush a minute. There we are. 1 for the master. 1 for the dame. And 1 for the little mouse who lives down the lane.
I'm going to give Graham Garden 1 extra mark there because his was over quicker. And this makes the score an absolutely level pegging 16 all. We're all here on tenterhooks, whatever they are. And this round involves individual players rather than teams. The first player starts a song, stops singing whenever he feels like it, and the next player picks up on the word at which he stopped and has to start a new song starting with that word. I allow a certain amount of poetic license in this round. We'll be going in the order of John Cleese, Tim Brooke Taylor, Graham Garden and Bill Oddie. John, will you carry on singing, please?
Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer.
Do something to me.
Me. A name I call myself far a long, long way.
Way down upon the Swan River. That's not fair. Far, far away.
Way down upon the wait a minute. Wait. I give up.
John Cleese has given up there. We're going to start now. He gets, of course, no marks for that. We're going to start now with Tim Brooke Taylor. Will you start a song, please?
Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside. Oh, I do like to be beside.
Beside? I'll be beside.
I'll walk.
I'll walk beside you.
You're driving me crazy. I want to dive to you. Skip the oh, you. You're driving me crazy. What?
John Cleese, what?
What is that doggy in the window? Waggly.
Tic-tac. We'll restore your mark for that.
Gypsy Zoo. Wiggly Piggledy. Wiggly Waggly Gypsy Zoo. Something like that.
Enough of the wiggly waggly gypsies. We've restored John Cleese's mark there, and we've given 2 marks each on that round. And we go on now to the round which I spoke about early on, which is the last round in the program. And this is the one where I asked the teams to announce the late arrivals at the farmers' ball with names of their own invention. And we'll kick off this one with John and Graham.
Mr. and Mrs. Tree Farmer and their son, Paul Tree Farmer.
Well, if that's the sort of reception he gets, I don't wish to come in very much. But I'd like to introduce at the farmer's ball Mrs. Suitical and Pharmaceutical.
He should be at the chemist's ball.
He's also going on later to the chemist's ball.
He should have gone there first.
And Mr. and Mrs. Liza, all together now. And their son, Ferdy.
Not to mention their friends from Scotland, the Muckspreaders.
Mr. and Mrs. Stingtime and their son, Harvey Stingtime.
And funny you should mention him.
But he was coming to
He was coming as well. And so was Fertilizer. But Mr. and Mrs. Festival and their son, Harvey Festival.
And at the piano, providing the music, the famous blues singer, Rhode Island Red. And, of course, finally, Farmer Giles and his horse manure.
And a late arrival, Mr. and Mrs. King Machine. And their son, Emil King Machine.
This is where it's my job to add up the score. And at the present standing, Bill and Tim win by a short head with 22 over John and Graham, 21.
Fix.
And with that breathlessly exciting score being held over till next week, it's goodbye from me, from our musical accompanist Dave Lee, and from our two teams, John Cleese and Graham Garden, Tim Brooke Taylor and Bill Oddie.
Humphrey Littleton bidding a fond farewell on behalf of Tim Brooke Taylor, John Cleese, Graham Garden and Bill Oddie. Dave Lee was at the piano and the producer was John Castles. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. Chairman this week, Humphrey Littleton.
Hello again. Well, this, for want of any mentionable description, is a panel game involving on one side John Cleese and Graham Garden. On the other side, Bill Oddie and Tim Brooke Taylor. I have in one hand a sheaf of intellectual problems and a score sheet, and in the other a buzzer with which I shall vainly hope to control the proceedings. And here we have the first round in which the teams blend or insult, whichever way you look at it, the talents of Matt Munro and Percy Edwards, singing a duet as animals, which I shall specify. I shall judge this round on intonation, expression, and diction. John Cleese and Graham Garden, you will please sing Whispering, that old signature tune of Roy Fox, which you no doubt recall, as a dog and a chicken. I had to stop that one before John Cleese bit a piece out of the microphone. Bill and Tim, your tune is Tiger Rag, to be sung, please, as
Tiger?
a duck and a sheep. Well, on mature consideration, I've awarded 2 marks to each team and 10 to Dave Lee. Here's where I tell you that at the very end of the program, the teams are going to be asked to announce people with silly names. And to give the players time to think them up now, I shall be announcing right now that the silly names have to be appropriate to late arrivals at the doctor's ball. So they can ponder on that if they have a moment's time. And we go on now to a variation on one of the problems which we've had in this program before now. And in this round, each team will be asked, instead of reading an excerpt from the classics, they'll be asked to sing one in operatic style. And for 1 point, the other team has to try to identify the major work from which this piece comes. And we're going to start once again with John and Graham. If you will launch yourselves now into an operatic version of your piece.
And John and Graham's piece is She Stoops to Conquer by Oliver Goldsmith.
I have sent it to the landlady to keep it for you. To the landlady, the landlady. You did. I did. She's to be answerable for its forthcoming, you know. Yes, well, she'll bring it forth with a witness. Wasn't I right? I believe you'll allow that I acted prudently upon this occasion.
You must not see my uneasiness.
You seem a little disconcerted, though. Well, methinks, sure nothing has happened? No, nothing. Nothing was in better spirits in all my life. And so you left it with the landlady. The landlady, who no doubt very readily undertook the charge. She not only kept the casket, but through her great precaution was going to keep the messenger too. They're safe, however, as a guinea in a miser's purse. Boom.
Well, I was expecting a duet. That turned out to be a trio there between John Cleese, Graham Garden and Brenda Guthridge. And I mean, for 1 mark now, we asked the opposite team, Bill Oddie and Tim Brooke Taylor, to identify the work from which that came.
Hair? I recognised the opera The Landlady, but I didn't get...
Who wrote that? Puccini's Landlady?
There was a rather...
No, I'm thinking of
She wrote
Lady's
all this
mother-in-law,
stuff,
actually.
I would say it was restoration.
Yes.
Aside from that, which was the clue, there was an aside.
Aside? Oh, you don't like that, yeah.
Now, it's up to Bill, who's got an English degree, to tell me one restoration dramatist.
The Landlady. By Sheridan.
Yeah? Not Sheridan.
Not the Sheridan.
Not that Sheridan.
Not that one.
No. It's not another Sheridan, is it?
5
A bit
seconds.
of an old chestnut.
Can you come up with it in 5 seconds?
A bit of an old chestnut.
Old chestnut. Jack Conker! She stoops to chestnut.
Well, you got your 1 mark there with help, and now it's your turn, Tim and Bill, to come up with your operatic excerpt.
Tim and Bill's work is The Importance of Being Earnest by Oscar Wilde.
Where have you been since last Thursday? In the country. What on earth do you do there? When one is in town, one amuses oneself. When one is in the country, one amuses other people. It's excessively boring. And other people you amuse. The people I amuse. Oh, neighbors, 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 the people you amuse. Neighbors, the neighbors of yours are the neighbors of you. The neighbors, the neighbors, the neighbors, all together now. Neighbors, the neighbors, the neighbors, the neighbors, the news is the neighbors, but not the audience.
Thank you, John and Graham. How about that?
The importance of being earnest.
Can you tell me which act?
Act 1, Scene 1.
Is it?
Act 1.
Yeah.
Act 1.
Yeah, you've heard that opera before.
You get your 1 mark for that. Level pegging at the moment. 3 marks each for each of the teams. And this is where we have the game word for word, in which I launch the teams on a succession of words, and they have to come up with words which have absolutely no connection. The other team can press their buzzers and challenge if they can prove to me a satisfactory connection between the words. I'm going to start now with Bill Oddie. And Bill, will you start with the word rocket?
Pimple.
Yes?
Judo instructor.
John Cleese has a challenge.
Some judo instructors obviously will have pimples.
I would have said most, yes. One.
Yes.
1 mark to you for that. I uphold that challenge. And
I
now, will
wouldn't
you
say
start?
that about judo instructors. I'd say it about rather pathetic people, but...
Let's not go into
Why
a
do you think
discussion,
people
lengthy
become
discussion
judo
on
instructors?
pimples.
They're tough and strong, John.
To overcome their phobias about pimples.
John and Graham, starting off with John, I want you to start with the word sturgeon.
Elm tree. Lobotomy.
As a challenge.
We've all heard of a tree sturgeon.
Yes, but never an elm tree sturgeon.
Certainly have.
Elmer tree.
We certainly have heard of a tree sturgeon.
Yeah, Bill, I'll give you 1 for ingenuity there, if not for spelling. Tim Brooke Taylor, will you start with the word badger?
Ice cream.
Pickle.
Bucket. Oh.
Elephant.
Tim used to badger his mother for ice cream.
Yes. I think I'll allow that one too, John.
Where?
It's obviously true. And
weasel
Graham
1
Garden,
point.
will you start with the word chair?
Clock.
Elf.
Backsliding.
Spoon.
Bucket.
Belfast.
Curtain.
String.
Wallaby.
Greatness.
Terpsichore.
Oil.
Randy.
Challenge there from Tim Brooke Taylor.
Sorry, it was getting interesting. Please let them carry on.
Could he go on?
It was
Turpentine.
You withdraw
no,
your
it was a very
challenge,
boring
right.
interruption about Terps and oil, so I'd rather they went on about Randy, please.
Yes. And we have the rest of that.
Randy.
Carry on with your
doing,
talk.
Turpentine. Randy. John Snag.
Randiest man I've ever met.
Objection there from Tim Brooke Taylor, which is disallowed on legal grounds.
Sorry, John, I said...
Bill Oddie, will you start with the word idiot?
Oh, sorry.
Objection upheld. Objection upheld, and that scintillating round brings the score to Graham and John 6 and Bill and Tim 5. How exciting. Now we have... Now we have a musical round, which is the one in which I give each of the teams a subject on which, on this occasion, they have to improvise a 3-line blues, singing alternate lines, and this will be judged for appositeness and ethnic feel. And we're going to start, I think, on this occasion, with John and Graham, and you're asked to sing a blues on the subject of Basin Street.
Well, I woke up this morning. I've been dreaming about Basin Street.
Oh, yeah. Only because I had such a terrible pain.
Where do you have the pain, baby?
In my feet, yeah. Right there in my feet. Yes, sir.
So I wrote in some implication
to stop my feet from hurting.
That's sweet.
Should have David Hatch.
I'll reserve my decision on that until I've heard Bill and Tim singing their blues on the subject of mothers-in-law.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you tell more about mother-in-law.
I'll tell you about my mother-in-law.
You tell
Ah, yeah, baby.
You gonna tell me about the mother-in-law, Daddy.
I woke up one morning and my mother-in-law came to see me.
Whoa! That's bad enough. Yeah, I woke up one morning. That's why I got the blues. Well, I wouldn't say my mother-in-law was ugly. But
she's got a face like $1 million.
all green and crinkly. And Graham,
Spin, baby, spin.
What a gift.
Another round of those coming up, and we'd like one from you, John and Graham, on the subject of brain surgery.
I woke up this morning thinking about brain surgery.
I just lay there in my bed, thinking about brain surgery. Yes, sirree.
Well, I don't know what to make of it.
Let us all laugh when I puts my head in the electroencephalograph.
And one from Bill and Tim, please, on the boat race.
All right, let's go to boat race blue. Everybody join in the chorus for me. Make a nice easy rhyme time. Well, I woke up this morning. About 10 o'clock, I had a smile on my face. Yes, I did. I had a smile on my face.
Here's a novelty. You woke up this morning.
I woke up.
I did too, and I went down to see the boat race.
Oh, that's convenient. That's what we're singing about.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I picked up an oar.
And took her back to my place.
These are fictional stories.
A round which puts Tim and Bill in the lead with 12 against John and Graham's 11. Now there's a round coming up now which I call, for want of a better name, Come Back, Mantovani, All Is Forgiven. This is where I'm going to ask each team to come in turn to the center of the stage and to play a duet on the violin and the Swanee whistle. And we have the loan of a Stradivarius from the BBC for this purpose. And the object of this game is that I have to guess or otherwise find out what particular tune they're playing. First up, I think we'll have John and Graham. Have you started yet?
It's finished.
All right, I'll talk.
That was the second movement of a piece called Silent Night, and I wish it was, right?
Oh, very good.
I'm going to give them 2 marks for making that recognizable.
Two strings on them. Good
Well,
God.
he bust one. There were 3 when we started.
Can't expect you to play with 2 strings, are they?
Bill Oddie and Tim Brooke Taylor.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
There goes another string. And so he's going on. This boy doesn't know when he's reaching.
We got it.
Thank you, Stefan Grappelli. I'm a bit dubious about this one. I've got to put down one or two selections. No, don't do it again, please. Nola?
No.
No mark.
Beethoven's Pastoral? Mairzy Dotes?
Closer.
I still can't get it.
It was actually
The Beatles.
the Beatles from Me to You.
And you can keep it. Right, well, that puts John and Graham now in the lead, 13 to Tim and Bill's 12. And we hurry on to the round of impersonations, in which one member from each team is asked to impersonate a well-known person, impersonating another well-known person, reciting a nursery rhyme. We're going to start this occasion with John Cleese, who's going to be asked to impersonate Jimmy Clitheroe, impersonating Alan Wicker, reciting 4 and 20 Blackbirds.
Hello, fish face.
Just tuning up. Sing a song of sixpence, a pocket full of what? Rye, bourbon, champagne. Who would have expected to find here in this Caribbean island 4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie?
Hello, fish face.
Go away. And when the pie was opened, the local parliament was quite surprised to discover that the birds began to sing.
Hello, fish face. Hello, fish face.
On and on and on. Thank you, and good night.
Well, on audience reaction, I think you get a couple of marks for that one. This is where we ask Tim Brooke Taylor now to do his impersonation of Lady Bracknell, impersonating Long John Silver, reciting Rider Cock Horse.
Oh, dear. Easy.
After you, John.
Thank you, ma'am. Ride a cart horse to Banbury Cross, and I'm very cross at the moment.
To see a fine lady upon a white horse. She'll have something on her fingers and something on her toes.
And she shall have music wherever
She goes and I go. Thank you so much. Still gives me pleasure.
Well, I can hardly bring myself to say it, so great is the excitement, but that round puts John and Graham in the lead with 15 against 14 from Tim and Bill. And we come to a round which is called a singing relay. One player of each team starts off a song, and he and his partner must sing a duet, but each one singing alternate words. Any player who falters or messes up the game is banished from the BBC for life. And not only that, but 108 points go to the other side. Or 2, whichever is the greater. We're going to start now, if we may, with John and Graham singing your alternating version of Show Me the Way to Go Home.
Oh, apt.
Show me the way to go home. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. I had a little drink about an hour ago, and it's gone right to my head. Wherever I may roam.
We'll give you 6 out of 108 for that. Bill and Tim, you're going to be asked to sing your alternating version of the Woodpecker song.
Ha, 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 ha,
ha, ha, ha, ha. That's the Woody Woodpecker song. Ha, 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 ha. He's up.
Appalling! God!
Well, you didn't get as far as the others. You can
We weren't singing the same
regain.
song.
You can regain some marks if you can manage to sing that one at twice the tempo. Bill Oddie and the late Tim Brooke Taylor, surprisingly enough, putting themselves in the lead there with a score of 22 over John and Graham's 21. You have a chance now to make up the score, because this is where we come to the time when I ask the teams in turn to announce the late arrivals at the Doctor's Ball. We'll start on this occasion with your team, Tim Brooke Taylor and Bill Oddie. Away you go.
Introducing the first visitor to the medical ball. And I wish I were dead already.
Not a name.
Mr. and Mrs. Aesthetic. And their daughter, Annie. Aesthetic.
How about pathetic?
John Cleese.
Pathetic.
Mr. and Mrs. Dinderhead and their son, Carl Dinderhead.
The next arrival at the Doctor's Ball from the north of England with a northern accent. Uncle Biotic and Antibiotic.
Graham?
Mr. and Mrs. Ake and their son, Tommy Ake.
And a late arrival, Mr. and Mrs. Sillin and their daughter, Penelope.
Penelope! So familiar.
Penny.
Any advance on
Any more?
Penelope
Mr.
Silly?
and Mrs. Owen Agnosis. And their son, Emrys Agnosis.
Closely followed by a couple from Africa. Except that their son's been anglicised a bit, educated at Oxford. Mr. and Mrs. Nicological Ward and their son, Guy Nicological Ward.
This is where
And
I have
also, from last week, Farmer Giles and his chicken pox.
score at the moment.
Mr. and Mrs. Aritas and their son.
A very popular lad.
Everyone knows him.
Don't stop, we've got plenty of time. This is where the score is...
And finally, Mr. and Mrs. Fisherlim and their son, Artificial Leg.
Which brings the score...
Mr. and Mrs. Kitis and their son, Brian Kitis.
to a win for John Cleese and Graham Garden. For 32 1/16 over Tim and Bill with a score of 33. And now, and you can work that one out. It's time for me to say that it's the end of our session for tonight, and on behalf of our musical accompanist, David Lee, John Cleese and Graham Garden, Tim Brooke Taylor and Bill Oddie, And me...
Geographer and their son Raymond.
I like that. And me, Humphrey, I'm now going on a 6-month holiday, Littleton. Goodbye now.
Once more, Humphrey Littleton says goodbye on behalf of Tim Brooke Taylor, John Cleese, Graham Garden, and Bill Oddie. Dave Lee was at the piano, and the producer was John Castles.
We present I'm Sorry, I Haven't a Clue, a panel game. And your chairman this week, Barry Cryer.
Welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the show that is to radio what Beverly Nichols is to heavy engineering. It's a closely knitted panel game played to clearly defined rules, and I'm, of course, the lovely Duchess of Bedford. May I introduce, said he, picking up his written ad libs, the members of our teams on this occasion. On my left, Joe, let's blindfold the band and tango till dawn, Kendall. Graham, pass me a suture or suit yourself garden. And opposing them, Bill, a man's only as tall as his shadow, but where's my shadow gone, Oddie. And Tim, please stop calling me bleachy head, Taylor. And we do, in fact, start with our initial round, which is Calypso time, ladies and gentlemen. And, by the way, I've just spotted Henry Cooper in our audience. Oh, I'm sorry, madam. I'll give... The flash of an earring deceived me. I'll give each team a subject on which they must improvise a 4-line Calypso, singing alternate lines. We'll start with Tim and Bill, and your subject, gentlemen, the Loch Ness Monster.
How does the music go?
I've been looking for the monster Loch Ness. Tell me, did you see him? Yes. He was big and ugly. I think it was him. No, that was just Andy Stewart out for a swim. Oh!
4 points, hitting hard. Back to Joe and Graham. Oh, now, the Snowdon Aviary. The Snowdon Aviary.
I saw Snowdon's Aviary the other day.
It didn't look very nice, and I must say...
But it's all right to go there. What's the tune after dark?
With a pretty little bird for a bit of a lark.
We will lose the West Indies next. I only give two. So it's in fact an overall win to
Tell
Tim
Tim I read
and
arts
Bill.
at university.
And now And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will merely set up something we're going to do later in the programme. This is called Late Arrivals, and here the teams are going to be asked, ladies and gentlemen, to announce people with silly names. We're going to give you some time to think them up. These silly people are the late arrivals at the Furniture Salesman's Ball. The Furniture Salesman's Ball, and I shall be asking you for those names later on. Next round is called Guess the Heavy Breather, or Word for Word. I'm going to give one of each team a word, and the other member of the team must immediately come up with another word which has absolutely no connection whatsoever with the first word. The other team can challenge and try and prove such a connection. Start with Tim and Bill. I think we'll start with Bill on this. Bill, marmalade.
Aubergine. Baggage.
Nappy.
Cucumber sandwich.
Sock.
Mount Everest.
Mitten.
Cauliflower.
Galosh.
Challenge from Graham Garden.
The galosh is in fact a type of cauliflower. It's sort of...
It is?
Prove it!
It is!
I call upon you, sir. Prove
Look
it.
me
Prove
straight in the eye and say that.
A galosh is a type of cauliflower. Everybody in the audience know that.
I'm going to give 1 point to Tim and Bill for the
Know that joke?
arrant impertinence of that challenge, Mr.
Wow.
Garden. And in fact, I will go to Mr. Garden. I will say to him the word truss.
Pentateuch.
Pentateuch, for anybody who didn't hear that. Joe.
Light bulb.
Fourth of Firth.
Horse.
Buffalo.
Challenged by Bill Oddie.
Buffalo and horse.
Are both quadrupeds.
Oh, splendid. Splendid.
Don't
Irrefutable.
know what it
And
means.
animals.
Irrefutable.
All right?
Irrefutable.
All right,
Irrefutable.
yes, I'll
Let's
let
start
you.
another one, this time with Tim Brooke Taylor and the word Tim, inkwell.
Button.
Elephant.
Horseradish sauce.
Knee socks.
Goat.
Lingerie.
Filthy.
Graham Garden's finger being pressed by Jo Kendall, which is a strange team arrangement. What's the... Prove a connection there. Prove a connection, please.
Well, I don't want to go into Tim Brooke Taylor's mind, but there's clearly a connection between lingerie and filth.
You may have filthy lingerie, but I certainly...
I thought
His is perfectly clean.
And so nothing to do with it whatsoever.
2 points.
I appeal to our fair chairman.
I thought for one incredible moment Jo was going to say she didn't want to go into your lingerie. But the moment passed. What a relief. The moment passed, and we will go on from that. You are leading, you two over there, on my right.
Of course.
We will, in fact, give Jo a word. The word is stamp.
Jumper.
Paw beagle.
Cigarette butt.
Microphone.
House.
Water.
Pig.
All right. Rebarbative.
Vituperative.
Dislocation.
Challenge and Tim Brooke Taylor, who had gone into a coma at that point.
Barbative and vituperative rhyme.
I'll allow that. I'll allow that.
Cheat.
I'll allow that.
Well.
On that triumphant note, we'll call a halt to that round with...
They were only showing off
Till and
anyway.
Liv.
These words.
Showing off. Let's move to...
Doctor.
Now we move to reverse singing, which could, in fact, set songwriting back several years. I'm going to ask each player to sing a song, reversing the meaning. Tim Brooke Taylor is crouching, but everybody should have a hobby. Let me give you a for instance. You have to sing a song reversing the meaning of the words, lady and gent. Let me give you a quick for instance. If it was Daisy, Daisy, give me a round to do, it'd be something on the lines of Buttercup, Buttercup, please don't tell me your question, I'm totally mad. Of that ilk, of that order.
Yes.
I'm sure that's crystal clear. Not having a crystal here, I wouldn't know. So we start with Jo Kendall. Jo Kendall, would you in fact sing, my old man's a dustman, but reverse the meaning of as many words as possible, in fact. Long introduction, please, Dave.
Well, your young girl's a ballerina. She strips off her ballerina's shoes. She strips off a well-tailored tutu. And she's kept in Buckingham Palace.
Was that it? That was
Right.
Oh. It's murder, as has just been proved. This. We go now to Tim. Tim, have you got the words of big spender? You should have the words of big spender. Would you immediately reverse the whole process, please?
Keep it clean.
We ran out of lamb cutlet. We couldn't see. We are a woman of ill repute. A non-genuine small miser. Bad look. Where are we on the tune? Bad looking. So disgusting. Read wouldn't. No, would you? We hate to not know. This is coming in over my. The opposite of mind.
Body.
I don't really want to go. Come on. I've had enough of this. I really have.
We'll level that. I pressed the hooter out of sheer compassion, Tim.
Thank
I
you
level
very
up
much
that.
indeed.
And hurry.
Passionate
The applause
audience,
has
too.
swayed me to another point. Graham Garden, the song in question is The Girl from Ip and Ema.
Slow and gentle, Dave. Short and pale and old and ugly. The boy from Newport Pagnell running, and when he doesn't go past, nobody he doesn't go past in front of goes.
Two for that. And now it's Bill Oddie regaling us with When the Red Robin.
If the conservative aardvark, that's a bit subtle, goes lying ashort. Here there are some laughing if he goes talking his new horrible talk. Go to sleep, you wakeful person. Lie down, get into the bathroom, be miserable, the moon is blue, die, cry, hate, and be miserable.
I think that's the way. I think I'm going to declare that excruciating round a tie. In fact, our 4 drawers here. I'm going to call that 5 points each of that round. The next round, with the public warning to each side and Jo Kendall dreading a submission. These are sound effects. We have sound effects here from the BBC Library. Do hurry up and guess them because there's a fine if they go back late. We're going to ask you to listen to these sound effects and construct a story which very logically explains what these sound effects are in fact portraying. I'm going to appeal to the audience, not that I often do, but I shall appeal to the audience after this to get a decision on it. We're going to start with Graham, I think, and could we have Graham's sound effect, please?
Is that it?
That was it, yes,
Come
indeed.
back, Graham. Come back.
That was that was the condensed version of the 39 steps.
3 points, that single contribution alone. Bill, will you listen to this?
Let me see. I think that was something to do with Tarzan. I recognise Cheetah in there somewhere. Couldn't hear him, but I could smell him. I think it was Tarzan. He diving into a bowl of syrup, by the sound of it, towards the end, and wrestling with a man eating celery.
I like it. I like it. 3 points, level
Heard of a
playing.
man-eating tiger, but not a man-eating celery.
Now
Really?
to that.
No, I do it every night.
That Jo
And I
Kendall.
eat celery.
Jo Kendall. Cock an ear to this. was it, Jo?
Mrs. Bill's wedding night.
The applause sways me to 4 points for that, and it's Tim Brooke Taylor. This sound effect, Tim. Well, that was the longest, Tim. What was it?
I don't know what it is, but I in fact just rung my plumber to stop it in my house. As it sounded more like a Chinese steam engine sent over specially to mate with the Royal Scot. Unsuccessfully.
I won't have to appeal to the audience. You, Jo and Graham, you won by 2.75 on that round. We move now to Misleading Readings Mark II. This time it's not only silly voices, but incredible musical renditions. So we will, in fact, start with Tim and Bill.
And Tim and Bill are offering The Merchant of Venice by William Shakespeare.
In such a night it this befell your trip that you and saw the lion's shadow ere himself and ran dismayed away. Blimey.
It's not Dido with a willow in her hand. The wild sea banks, the wild sea banks, the wild sea... Let me see, bank. Yes. The wild sea banks, and we'll waft aloft to come again, to come.
In such a night, Medea gathered the enchanted herbs that did renew out Jason. In such a night, in such a night, in such a night, in such a night, still in such a night, from the world, such a night, in 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 such a night, that did young Lorenzo swear he loved her well. Such a night. It wasn't such a night, actually.
Flowers have been brought upon the stage, and Tim Brooke Taylor has been rubbed down with steel wool. Now, I'm going to ask Jo and Graham to see, in the unlikely event, could you recognise that?
Was it Galton and Simpson?
No. Warmish. Not one-off. Warmish.
Galton or Simpson?
No, just a single person.
Neither of them.
A rising lad wrote this.
As You Like It.
As You Like It is wrong, because it was, in fact, The Merchant of Venice.
The Merchant of Venice.
Tim and Bill, 5 points for that, I cry. Now, Jo and Graham, would you give us your operatic rendition of a prose piece?
And Jo and Graham's piece, Rookery Nook, by Ben Travers.
I came about a bag I lost. Yeah. Oh! No, I didn't lose it. He lost it. I want to know if it's come back.
Come back! Come back from where?
From wherever it went to.
You said it went here.
Oh!
Mr. Twine.
What?
Mr. Twine. Mr. Twine.
What?
Lost my place. Do you know anything?
No?
brief extract from several of Wagner's rings there. And
Told you not to mention
All we
it.
got really was a bag and Mr.
I came about the bag I lost.
Restoration.
No, not
No,
as
not as warm as that.
It's funny, but it's not that old, is it? Really?
No,
Am I supposed to be in this?
Yeah. Welcome back, Bill. Welcome back to. It's a funny, not that old,
Pretty fast
sort of piece, really.
It's a farce.
Oh,
Yes.
Graham, you've gone too far saying farce.
Is it a Ben Travers farce?
Oh,
is it?
yes, it is a Ben Travers farce. It is a Ben Travers farce.
They're very funny farces, but I can't remember a single name of another one.
Diddly-dee, diddly-dee.
Cuckoo.
Diddly-dee.
The
It's
cuckoo is
Rookery
the
Nook,
nest.
gentlemen.
Rookery Nook.
Rookery Nook.
Knows. Cookery Nook.
Too late. Rookery
Never heard of
Nook.
it.
So, in fact, I declare Joe and Graham the winners by 3 points to 2 there. And now we get carry on singing our next round or pick up the song. This round is going to be played entirely in the nude, and we'll measure the winners by the volume of the audience's laughter. And I'm going to ask one player to start a song, and when he or she stops on a word of their choice, the next player in the opposing team must pick up on the word at which they stopped, but with a totally different song. So I'm going to start with Bill Oddie. Exciting, isn't it? Bill Oddie, sing a song and stop at a word of your choice. Graham Garden to pick it up with a different song. Bill.
Hello, Dolly. Wasn't sure of the second word for a minute. Hello, Dolly. It's so nice to have you back where you belong.
Long ago and far away, way down upon the Mississippi.
Where?
You're Dr. Point for the wrong river, right?
No.
Keep rattling. Graham, start a song.
The high hills are alive with a song in my heart
of my heart.
Ah. Bill.
Heart, the herald. Glory to me for getting a couple of points there. Glory to the newborn king.
King Wenceslas looked out is the one you're throwing over to me. Out.
Quick, Tim.
Out. And here comes the song
My
now.
hooter is poised.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Out the window. Look out. They're coming in the door.
I won't allow that.
All right.
I'll give a
That was
I'm getting
all
peevish
right.
now. What? No, it's a time lag, really, a time lag. So we now go to Tim. Back in your agony, Tim. You start the song this time.
Oh, the Deadwood stages are coming out over the hills, and the engine arrows are thicker than porcupine.
Pine. 4 points if you don't get that one. That's great. There was a million porcupine
Pine
songs.
your wagon.
Pine your wagon, she says. I'll give it 2 points then. Let's start yet another with our Pine your wagon lady. Jo Kendall, would you start a song now, please, to finish out the round?
The hills are alive
Loud repeat.
with the sound of music.
Music, music, music. Put another nickel in the nickel oldie, and we're enjoying this one, aren't we? All together. Loving you and music, music, music. Closer.
Closer the door. They come.
Hey!
Closer the door.
Let us go.
Door,
I'm sorry.
Richard, open the door and let
Let there be love.
He's a many splendid thing. It's the
What?
hills are alive.
The hills are alive. Sound. It's a good song in its own right. Sound of music. Sound of gong, ring a bell. Let the golden wordy bells chime. That was Let the golden wordy bells chime.
Chime every mountain.
Hey!
Mountain high, river deep, mountain high. I came in a funny place. High, river deep. It just goes on like that. River deep, river deep, mountain high, river deep.
My hoot is poised.
Deep,
pardon the expression.
Deep. Camp down, ladies.
No. That's it. I'm going to declare Tim and Bill the winners of that round by 7 points to 5. Tim and Bill. And now our denouement, ladies and gentlemen, our denouement, in which you'll remember, of course, that early on in the programme I asked our teams to mention some very silly people who'd arrived rather late at the furniture salesman's ball. I'll give one up a name on this. Let's hear first of all from Tim and Bill, who arrived late at the furniture salesman's ball.
The first arrival at the furniture salesman's ball from America. Mr. and Mrs. Drawers and their son Chester Drawers.
Oh, good.
Come on.
Very good.
From Wales, Mr. and Mrs. Owen Ningtable and their son Di Ningtable.
Yes. Bill.
Mr. and Mrs. Lear and their Hungarian cousin Chandelier.
One for Payne. Who else arrived at the ball?
Mr.
Joe.
and Mrs. Clock. I daren't say it.
You dare?
And their grandfather.
I won't.
And a late arrival, Mr. and Mrs. Bed and their daughter, who is, of course, Helen Bed.
So much of it on radio.
And a Dutch couple.
Careful, Tim.
I had a friend that's already been on earlier. A Dutch couple, Mr. and Mrs. Van Bed and their Welsh cousin, Di Van Bed.
Listen, I don't...
You're very kind. Another late arrival. Mr. and Mrs. Dard Lamp and their son Stan Dard Lamp.
And a last-minute entry, Mr. and Mrs. Net and their taxi driver son, Cabby.
Pathetic. Closely followed by yet another contingent for the furniture salesman's ball, Mr. and Mrs. Slong and their revolutionary son, Che Slong. And one more uninvited guest who has just slipped in. And they're rather regretting they've come at all. Mr. and Mrs. Fence-Foot Umbrella Stand and their daughter, Ella Fence-Foot Umbrella Stand.
I'll say goodnight to the listeners now because this is going to go on. It's good night from Jo Kendall, Graham Garden, Bill Oddie and Tim Brooke Taylor. It's going to go on. My name's Barry Cryer. I've got a wife and 3 lovely children away from all this. I declare Tim and Bill the winners, ladies and gentlemen.
That was Barry Cryer finally getting rid of Tim Brooke Taylor, Graham Garden, Jo Kendall and Bill Oddie for another week. Dave Lee was at the piano and the producer was John Castles. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, a panel game. And your chairman this week, Barry Cryer.
Hello again. Once again, we're gathered here to perpetrate this monstrous panel game. In the blue corner, Graham, hello, Cheeky Garden, and Jo, hello, Sailor Kendall. Their opponents, Tim Brooke, hello, Taylor, and Bill, goodbye, Oddie. Now, normally, we start with a musical round, and I'm afraid this week is no exception. In this round, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask each team to sing a song, but they'll have to sing it as animals.
Can't do it.
Can't do it? You'll have to. Graham and Jo, I want you to sing Hernando's Hideaway, but in fact as a dog and a cat.
Easy. Never been so embarrassed in all my life.
Well,
He
2
said a dog
points.
and a cat.
2 points and a slight dose of mange, and I ask Tim and Bill to sing Volare, but in fact in the roles of an owl and a parrot.
Who's a pretty boy then? Who's another pretty boy? Oh, look up. Where are we in the tune? Oh, it's a I'm stuck. Haven't we finished yet?
Finest example of teamwork since Raquel Welsh. I declare them the winners, if only for stamina, by 3 points to 2. Here we're going to set up the feature for later in the programme, our late arrivals. We want some silly names, ladies and gentlemen, for the people who are going to arrive at the Fishmonger's Ball. The Fishmonger's Ball, later in the programme. Can we have your late arrivals, please? And we will, in fact, leap on. Let's have a musical interlude with Blues Time, ladies and gentlemen, Blues Time. Each team's going to get a subject on which they must improvise, nay, compose a 4-line blues, and they sing alternate lines. We'll start with Tim and Bill on this. Your subject, and I've taken out insurance before I say this, Des O'Connor.
It's not a subject. Something to sing the blues about. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't that buddy? We're going to sing the Des O'Connor blues, all right? Oh, yeah. I woke up this morning. You could have fooled me. Leapt out of my bed. Yes, I did. I leapt right out of my bed. I hoped there was something good on television. But oh no, there was the Des O'Connor show instead. Well now, when I'm going to tell you something, people, I don't want to say anything bad about Des O'Connor. 'Cause you shouldn't speak ill of the dead. Hey!
Sorry, Mrs. O'Connor. Des O'Connor in drag has just left the studio. We move now back to Jo and Graham. That was the Des O'Connor Blues, by the way, got 4 points and 2 solicitors' letters. We go to Jo and Graham. Will you sing us a blues about strikes?
Ah!
think it will, baby?
So, we're going on strike tonight.
For everyone at home, they walked off. Shabby but effective, shabby but effective. You won that round by 1 point, Joe and Graham. We move to misleading readings. Misleading readings are our next round. In this round, each team will read a well-known piece of prose or verse in funny and extremely silly voices, and the other side have to try and identify the piece. I shall score erratically. We'll start with Tim and Bill with their first piece,
which is The Seagull by Anton Chekhov.
Won't be very nice if someone meets her in the garden and tells Mama. Bring the tea in as well.
Here's the thing I was telling you about. This is what you ordered, man.
I don't remember. No, I don't remember.
That's nothing.
You could have fooled me.
Must have been something in my medicine chest is going off. Don't worry, man. Hang on, I'll go out and see. Just as I thought, a bottle of ether done gone bust. Hums. Again, I stand before you, enchanted.
Oh, it frightened me. It reminded me of how, everything went dark for a moment.
The fact is, Konstantin Gavrilovich done shot himself. That could be a clue.
Could be a clue.
Konstantin had shot himself at the end of that piece.
Ah, yes, you see.
And are we surprised?
Not a bit.
Is it by Chekhov?
It is.
Is it? No sex, please, we're British.
Warm.
Chekhov!
Seagull.
Language, Bill, language.
The seagull.
The seagull quite
The seagull is quite
Rookery
correct. The seagull is quite correct. Oh, I think a resounding 5 points all told for Joe and Graham, and now it's Joe and Graham's turn.
With Pygmalion by George Bernard Shaw.
Could we please have some Scottish music?
I don't care how you treat me. I don't mind you swearing at me.
No.
I don't mind a black eye. I've had one before this, but I won't be passed over.
Then, get out of my way. I won't stop you. You talk about me as if I were a motor bus.
So you are a motor bus.
Oh.
All bounce and go, and no consideration for anyone. But I can do without you. Don't think I can't.
I know you can, Cobber. I told you you could.
I know you did, you brute. You wanted to get rid of me.
Liar!
Thank you.
You never asked yourself, I suppose, whether I could do without you.
Don't you try to get round me. You'll have to do without me.
The end.
An extract. Des O'Connor in drag has just returned to the studio. He was playing a club in Brewer Street. Now... We return. You remember the plot? We return.
I have no idea what they were
That was an
talking
extract from Dr. Dinkham's casebook, but you have to guess what it really was.
There was a reference to being passed over at the beginning.
Yes.
Sounds religious. Passover. Jesus Christ Superstar.
No.
Australian Superstar.
Australian.
Rolf Harris Superstar.
Don't think Australian
no,
will help
couldn't
you
be
Bill,
that.
at all.
Bit of a pig.
Pig.
Oh.
So.
It's too much
It was
of
a hell of a
clue
bore, I know, but... wasn't it?
Porky and Bess? No. Which it isn't.
It's
I'm
too
sure
early
you
for
know.
jokes like that. Bernard Shaw, I know it, yes.
I see.
Shaw does,
Pig.
yes. The pig cart. No. The doctor's
Cowmalion.
The doctor's
Cowmalion, you're so warm.
The doctor's dilemma.
No. You've got it, haven't you? You have got it.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with the programme.
Just don't come near me.
That's just the doctor's dilemma.
Say it again, Bill. Say what you said before, just this minute.
Cowmalion.
Cowmalion, indeed. Or read Pygmalion by Artie Shaw, you're quite correct there. And it's to all misleading readings.
Did you heifer?
Did you?
No, you haven't.
Now on to the next round, and I'm going to ask each member of each team to, in fact, declaim a well-known poem, but they have to declaim it tunefully, ladies and gentlemen, because you have to sing a well-known poem. We're going to start with Graham Garden, and so it's Graham Garden singing Gray's Elegy in a country churchyard to the tune Darktown Strutters Ball.
Tolls the knell of parting day, the lowing herd winds slowly o'er the lea. The ploughman homeward plods his weary way and leaves the world to darkness and to me. Now fades the glimmering landscape on the sight, and all the air a solemn stillness holds, save where the beetle wheels his droning flight, drowsy tinklings all the distant folds, save that from yonder ivy mantle tower the moping owl does to the moon complain.
There'll be some turning in the graveyard tonight. 2 points. 2 points to Graham Garden. Bill Oddie, will you oblige? Shelley's The Daffodils, Bill, on page 239, but in fact to the tune of Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
I wandered lonely as a cloud that flies on high, o'er vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils beside the lake, beneath the trees fluttering and dancing in the breeze, continuous as the stars that shine and twinkle on the Milky Way. They stretched in never-ending line along the margin of the bay. 10,000 saw it a glow on stars in their heads in sprightly dance. The way beside
I'm afraid he's going on forever.
out beneath the sparkling waves in glee.
We reached the end of the rainbow. 4 points to Bill Oddie, and of course it's just been pointed out to me that The Daffodils was of course written by Wordsworth and not Shelley. Just checking that everybody was taking notice. And now, Jo Kendall, I'm going to ask you to procure your book, page 26, Blow, Blow, Thou Winter Wind, by William Shakespeare, better known as Percy Bysshe Shelley, and to the tune of If You Were the Only Girl in the World.
Blow, blow, thou winter wind, thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thy talk is not so keen because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. Hey-ho, sing hey-ho into the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then say thou dost not fight
Joe, good wasn't the word for it. 2 again for that. Now, Tim Brooke Taylor.
I've done mine.
Tiger Tiger by the well-known spy, William Blake, to the tune of Around the World.
Is that 80 days, Tim?
Yes. I'll search for you, that one.
Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night. What a mortal hand or I could frame thy fearful symmetry in what a distant deep so skies went the fire of thine eyes. Of what wings they aspire, what the hand dare seize And now, Paradise Lost to the tune of Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Those trousers did you the world of good, Tim. No, they didn't. Well-known tenor marked down to 7.5. Tim Brooke Taylor, a resounding win for Tim and Bill by 8 points to 4. Pull up your socks, Joe and Graham. Now for a rather bizarre item entitled Tag Wrestling. I think I ought to explain that. Yes. Tag in this instance meaning tagline, punchline, final line. I'm going to give each team the final line of a hopefully short story. A member of one team must start the story and obviously head straight for the end of their own particular story before I press my hooter, if you'll pardon the expression. And then a member of the other team must then take up the story very quickly, but they're heading for their punchline. Now, the first team to reach their tag wins, and in the event of nobody finishing, I shall probably fall asleep. Now we go, first of all, to Tim and Bill, and your tagline of your story is... So the choir went home and we could see our knees again just over the top of the roof. And so the choir went home and we could see our knees again over the top of the roof. Joe and Graham, the tagline of your story this time is, the spaceship landed safely, proving porridge is inflammable in a leap year. The spaceship landed safely, proving porridge is inflammable in a leap year. So we'll start with Graham on this occasion, and you're heading for your spaceship line, are you not? Go.
Well, Professor, I said, it doesn't seem to me as if this is going to work. Nonsense, my boy, he replied. Porridge, believe me, is inflammable.
As you may remember, he said, I had that astounding success with the giant knees. Thank you, Professor. What exactly happened on that occasion? He said, well, it involved...
Joe.
Don't interrupt me, said the professor. And then the second experiment you did was when the spaceship landed safely.
Well, also on the subject of giant knees, insofar as the first lot deflated. So I made another lot, and of course we were hoping for success, so we went to the church to pray for the giant knees. We took them along there, and we asked the vicar to bless them. The choir came in at that moment.
Get out, said the professor. Are the vats full of porridge? Yes, sir. Right, prepare for blast-off. And away we went.
Excuse me, said the professor, I have these loony moments when I suddenly talk about strange things. Let us get back to the choir who are just coming in. Ooh.
But the spaceship had already gone off with its inflammable porridge as fuel, and...
Naturally, the noise this made passing through the sound barrier was as if 1,000 Concords had passed that way, and the roof of the church collapsed at that moment, this lowering...
Luckily, the choir leaped out of the way. Of course, the spaceship landed safely, proving porridge is inflammable in a leap year.
Yes!
Why not?
Why not?
Can you believe it? They did it. They did it. And our next round is, in fact, for want of a better word, a musical round. Ladies and gentlemen, musical round. In this round, I'm going to ask each team to play a duet. The instruments concerned in this debauch are, in fact, a violin and a swanny whistle. I'm going to be drunk with power here. I've got to try and recognise the tune they're playing. If I recognise it, they score points. Tim Brooke Taylor wants to leave the studio.
Because we're going to be embarrassed anyway, I think for our sake, can we point out that the violin is not tuned?
Otherwise, we'd have no trouble playing what everyone else.
So, in fact,
And neither is the swanny whistle, as you can hear.
Bill having the swanny whistle and Tim having pointed out the violin is not tuned, I'm going to ask Tim and Bill to commence with a duet and a tune. And I'm going to see if I can ascertain the tune. Sounded very like the refrain from Spitting, but I can't go further than... can you give me a clue? Was it a ballad?
You might have heard it the day you might have heard it the day before today.
I might have heard it the day before today.
Yes.
Is that a cunning clue to yesterday?
Yes.
I'll give you 2 points for that, and will in fact ask Joe and Graham, instruments akimbo, to play their duet. The Albert Hall is just catching.
But 3 randy chickens have
It wasn't where 3 randy chickens, was it? That old Croat folk song? No, no. I clapped at the end, but I didn't want to be the odd one out. Is this a pop song in its loosest sense?
It was once.
It was once, yes. No longer after that. Really. A recent pop song, was it?
Yeah, it gave me a nasty freight.
It gave you a nasty freight. Freight! I caught your intonation there. I shall throw it back to you. Freight.
Right,
what song do I know?
There, I think.
Freight Train.
Yeah.
No.
Nancy Whiskey and Chas McDevitt. Chas McDevitt.
Absolutely right.
I recognise it. I'm going to give you 4 for that. I'm going to give you 4 for that. He said maliciously.
Thank you, people with taste and discrimination.
The mutiny is breaking out. Mutiny is Wednesdays and Saturdays only. Now, God bless you, Groucho. We race on to a round rather archly entitled What a Carry On, in which members of our teams are going to be asked to sing songs and they can stop on a word of their choice in the lyric. This has to be followed on with the song starting with that word. Although I will allow a certain amount of overlapping, which of course won't be seen by the people at home, so we get away with it. So we will, in fact, I think we'll start with Bill Oddie, who will sing and stop on a word of his choice.
When you begin, it brings back a night
and day. You are the one, only you
are my heart's desire.
Was that desire or delight?
Desire.
Desire.
It should be delight. I'm going to give you a point for that.
Delight.
Joe and Graham, because Tim should have said delight there. I'll give you a point. Carry on from delight, please, Graham. Sorry, Tim, not desire.
No, perfectly right.
Now let's look at light. Delightful to know and heaven to kiss.
Just allow that, yes.
Kiss is my lucky day. They try to tell us we're too young.
Then springtime, am I?
I've got the feeling I'm falling.
Falling in love again. What have I to do? Never wanted to.
But I've got them.
Lovely black eyes. Oh!
You beautiful doll, you great, big, beautiful...
Doll, singing doll. Sorry, what was the...
Now, we've gone... I'm going to score Tim and Bill 6-4. And now we revert to late arrivals. You may remember I asked for people who are going to arrive at the fishmonger's ball. And first we'll go this time to Joe and Graham. Who arrived at the fishmonger's ball?
The next arrival at the fishmonger's ball is Mr. Ian Chips and his dog, Scamp Ian Chips.
Like it.
The next arrival at the fishmonger's ball is Mr. and Mrs. Itted Place and their son, Phil.
Oh.
Itted Scampy. Floundering on that one, I like that.
Arriving at the fishmonger's ball next, Mr. and Mrs. Urbank, their two children, the budgie, the cat, and the dog Urbank.
They're two children.
Mr. and Mrs. Hiram E. Butt and their son, Hal.
Oh!
And also, a touch of royalty to the occasion, the Queen of the Basques. Listen carefully, Madame Shark and their son, the Basque King Shark.
Oh. I will score that 7-6
A
in
late
favour.
arrival at the fishmonger's ball.
It's running at
hoping to get a laugh, so be kind to him. Mr. and Mrs. Sleep in the subway, darlings. And their dog, Fish. Who has now left.
That joke is ahead of its time, which is about 11:30 this evening. So I score 7-6 in favour of Tim and Bill on that round. One last quick round, and this is rather a novel one. For this round, I'm going to ask each team to give me £5. Right, that's it. No points for anyone. I win. I'm going home. Good night for now. Bye.
Barry Cryer at last managed to say goodbye from Tim Brooke Taylor, Graham Garden, Jo Kendall, Bill Oddie, Dave Lee at the piano, and producer John Castles.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, and your chairman tonight, Barry Cryer.
Thank you, and welcome again to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the panel game that proves that life isn't all misery and bad news. It can be chaos as well. This is a clearly defined panel game with very tightly knit rules, and my name, of course, is Steve McQueen. At the piano we have our very own Mr. David Lee, and confronting each other we have two teams. On my left, listeners, you'll have spotted them on my left. We have first Mr. John Hello Sailor Cleese, partnered by Graham Goody Goody Garden, and opposing them we do in fact have Bill let it all hang out Oddie, and Tim Brooke no argument Taylor. Let us plunge, gentlemen, into the morass of the game with the first round, which is rather evocatively entitled The Singing Sprint. A member of each team will be asked to sing a song as fast as he possibly can, and then a member of the opposing team will then endeavour to sing the same song even faster. The first contestant will, in fact, be Mr. Tim Brooke Taylor, who is going to endeavour to sing Gilly Gilly Ossenpfeffer... Katzenellenbogen by the Sea, the well-known firm of solicitors. Tim, see how fast you can sing the aforesaid David Lee poised at the keyboard.
There's a tiny house by a tiny stream where a lovely lass had a lovely dream, and the dream came true quite unexpectedly, and Gilly Gilly Ossenpfeffer Katzenellenbogen the Sea. It was all there. It was all there.
A couple of illies strayed there. I'm bearing that in mind, John, as you, in fact, to say the very same song to see how fast you can sing it.
There's a tiny house by a tiny stream where a lovely lass had a lovely dream, and the dream came true unexpectedly in Gilly Gilly Ossenpfeffer Katzenellenbogen by the Sea.
John took longer, Tim dropped 2 illies. I'll call that draw. 2 points all, and we in fact now go to Mr. Bill Oddie, who is going to say that wonderful song from the film starring the immortal Eamon Andrews. The song is Do, Re, Mi. Bill, please.
Don't count that. Wait a minute. Just taking a breath. Do a dear, a female dear, Ray, drop a golden sun, me a name, I call myself, far long way to run. So a needle pull instead, lawn, let's pull it out, tea, and milk with jam and bread, which brings me back to dough.
I made that about 6 seconds. 6-ish. Graham Garden, would you do likewise?
Do a dear, female dear, Ray, drop a golden sun, me a name, I call myself, far long way to run. So a needle pull instead, lawn, let's pull it out, tea, and milk with bread, which brings me back to dough.
Objection by Mr. Tim Taylor.
Dear.
Pardon?
Femel deer.
A femel deer?
Yeah.
I'm going to make that a draw. I'm going to make the whole round a draw. 4 all. Too much gibberish about. The next thing I have to do is to set up something that the teams are going to do later in the programme. If you'll keep listening. Late arrivals. We want the names, gentlemen, of rather silly people, or the silly names of people who are going to arrive at a certain function. Would you think of some silly people who are going to arrive late at the musicians' ball? The musicians' ball. And we'll be coming back to that later in the programme. In the next round, was going to be on current affairs, but none of the teams had ever had an affair with a current. Please, you're not kind enough. This round is called tag wrestling, I should explain. Tag meaning tagline, the punchline, the end line of some story. I'm going to give each team the tagline of a story or anecdote, and I shall start with one team who must tell a story ending in their tagline. When I press my buzzer, the story passes to the other side, who must work towards the finishing line that I've given them. The winning team is the one who reaches their tagline first. Tim and Bill, your tagline: suddenly the moon came up over Bangkok. Suddenly the moon came up over Bangkok, and Dr. Muller closed his diary for the last time. Too easy, but that's the way we started. And at the same moment, simultaneously, we cry, Graham and John are going to construct a story finishing with the line, wham! Exclamation mark. And the Christmas pudding disappeared into the Mersey Tunnel. I'm going to recapitulate. They can't touch you for it. The Tim and Bill story finishes, suddenly the moon came up over Bangkok and Dr. Muller closed his diary for the last time. And Graham and John's story, wham, and the Christmas pudding disappeared into the Mersey Tunnel. There's a sort of 10-second-ish air about this, but we will in fact start with Mr. Bill Oddie.
The scene, Bangkok, India. The chief character, Bangkok isn't in India. Well, there is a Bangkok in India, actually, and that's where... Don't distract me.
John Cleese.
Meanwhile, several thousand miles away, while listening to news of the events in Bangkok,
Tim Brooke Taylor.
And the events that were happening in Bangkok that they were listening to was of Dr. Muller, who had...
Graham Garden.
Recently died.
You've got 2 seconds, Graham.
It was Christmas, and my father had...
You mustn't get applause. Back to Bill.
And at that moment, the doctor came in and said, I'm sorry, there's been a mistake. Dr. Muller is by no means dead. Dying, yes.
John, please.
There is a phone call from him from his famous footballing son Muller of Bayern Munich, who only this evening are playing Liverpool at Anfield.
Tim Brooke Taylor.
But I digress, he said. At that moment, Dr. Muller, newly awakened from the dead, picked up his diary...
Graham Garden.
dropped dead. But his son, playing at Anfield, popped into our house to have a slice of Christmas pudding.
And said, do you mind if I turn on the television for a few minutes? He turned on the television, what should he see but Dr. Muller? A film of him, dead he was, but...
At that moment, the Christmas pudding was dropped. Muller, falling forwards from the shock of seeing his father on the television, struck it with his head, and wham!
And said, I've never seen a football look like that. It looks more like the moon to me. It reminds me of a time in Bangkok when suddenly...
Oh, forget the story, he said, kicking the pudding. Wham! And the Christmas pudding disappeared into the Mersey tunnel.
Oh, give it to yes, yes. Graham and John 2-0, but we've got to do that again. We've got to give Tim and Bill a chance to save a revenge. Tim and Bill, will you make note of this tagline? Suddenly he removed the Chinese mask, and there stood the Archbishop of Canterbury. Graham and John will meanwhile toy with, "Oh God," she cried, "how can I tell Father that the monkey was French?" Suddenly he removed the Chinese mask, and there stood the Archbishop of Canterbury, Tim and Bill. "Oh, God," she cried, "how can I tell Father that the monkey was French?" John and Graham. Let's start it the other way round this time. John and Graham, if you've got your tagline. And we'll start with Mr. John Cleese.
Amanda was sitting in the garden one day, watching her father mowing the lawn, when she began to remember some of the...
things she'd read in a book. It was Halloween, she remembered, the story went, and everyone wore masks on their faces. There was a tense hush around the...
Graham.
That moment her father came up. "What is this book you're reading?" he said. "Is it some French novel? You know I can't stand anything French."
No, she said, it isn't a French novel at all. It's a book about Halloween, when everybody wears masks, especially Chinese masks, which have very little eyes, so it's very difficult to see.
What an extraordinary thing, she said, but there is another book inside, almost identical to this, which is... I'm surprised that you mistook it for the same.
Tim.
Mistook it for the same? Never, she said. It's about Chinese masks and religious cults in the West.
Graham.
At that moment, her pet monkey hopped onto her shoulder. Father patted the monkey on the head. "I'm quite fond of it," he said.
Quite fond of the monkey, he said, but let's get back to this book. As you will remember, Chinese masks have very little eyes, so it's difficult to see where you're going. And this fellow said...
John Cleese.
To his surprise, in fact, while setting eyes upon the monkey, he was almost sure that it was an old friend of his that he had once met in Borneo.
Then he remembered he'd made a complete mistake. He remembered, in fact, line 43 on page 92 about the Archbishop of Canterbury, who removed...
Who had also been in Borneo at the time, as the friend of the monkey. "My friend was French," said Father.
Bill.
Said Father, and a funny thing happened to him, because he was wearing a Borneo mask, which actually is very similar to the Chinese mask, and might as well be called the same thing, and that also has very little eyes, and it's very
Amanda, who was in the habit of shouting out extraordinary things for no good reason, shouted, "Oh, God," she cried, "how can I tell..."
Speaking of God, her father said, suddenly he removed the a Chinese mask, and there stood the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Tim and Bill 3-0. The hardback will be published in the autumn. Now we move to the next round. By the way, we've had a lot of letters from listeners asking, is Tim Brooke Taylor? I've been asked to reply yes, but not necessarily in that order. Now, the next round is called Word for Word. This was going to be a round for female impersonators, but Bill failed the medical, so I'm going to give each team a word,
Happy to say.
and they must immediately come up with another word, the other member of the team, that is, which has nothing whatsoever to do with the word that started it all off. So I think I'll start with John on this occasion. John, will you start with the word ostrich?
Cricket. Pentateuch. Alcibiades.
Challenged by Bill Oddie.
I couldn't say either of the last two words.
I'll allow that. I'll allow that. A connection has been established. I'll allow that. 2 points. Let's leap over to the other team, and I'll say to Tim Brooke Taylor on this occasion, Tim, I'll say earring.
Horse.
Jack.
Lever.
Pie.
Jack Lever used to open the bowling for Lancashire.
Oh, the glibness of it.
Past that.
2 points, John Cleese. Good. Graham Garden. Pterodactyl.
Parsley.
Grange.
Overture. Spoke. Light. Elm.
Sorry.
Challenged by Tim Brooke Taylor. Were you sitting on it? I couldn't notice.
I regret it, whatever it was.
Yes, indeed.
I think they should carry on.
40 points. One for charity. Now, but in fact, we will, yes, let's leap back to Bill Oddie with the word nib.
Lemming.
Clock.
Bat.
Elephant's foot umbrella stand.
Groan.
Challenged by Mr. John Cleese.
Could never have a foot if it hadn't grown.
Excellent. The power of that connection astonishes me. Let's go to John Cleese with the word wrist.
A wrist.
Wrist.
Stoat. Water. Pachyderm. Buffalo. Polyhydrate.
I personally knew a polyhydrate who owned a buffalo. You know Polly, she runs the...
Call a halt. I'll call a halt. I'll give that to John and Graham, 4 points to 3. Now, each team will give the other team a subject on which they must improvise a 4-line calypso, singing alternate lines. There are marks for this for wit and elegance of expression. We'll go to John and Graham first, who are going to regale us, although they don't know it yet, with the Christmas pudding calypso.
I had a shock on Christmas Day. My Christmas pudding was going grey. Old and wrinkled. And then I saw... It wasn't a pudding, it was my mother-in-law.
Sound of cold porter spinning. And now we go to Tim and Bill, and they're going to give us, as they suddenly discover, the show jumping calypso.
I got a first line. I went show jumping the other day.
Saw Princess Anne, and I must say...
she did very well to get round the course.
considering she didn't have a horse.
Give the age. Sir John and Graham there, 3-2. We go to the next round, which is called Sculpt the Sardine or Carry On Singing. This round involves individual players rather than teams. The first player starts a song, stops singing whenever he feels like it on a particular word, and a player of the other team has to pick it up on that word, but with a totally different song. Let's start with Bill, going to Graham, and then Tim, and then John. So we'll start with Bill. A song, please, Bill, anything you like.
I belong to Glasgow, dear.
Graham.
Ray, a drop of golden sun. Me, a name.
Name. It's not something. Name. But you must not believe me when I say there's a tree that lives.
You wrote that, didn't you?
Just now. He may have done what it's bound for the chart. You'll be having that one soon.
Farrago
Which lives, he gave you.
Is it my turn?
Lives, Mr. Cleese, lives. I don't believe a word of that.
Lives under. Neath the armchair, I dream my dreams away.
Stand yonder in New Orleans, in the land.
It's my land. This land is your land. Next line go.
You've never been a estate agent.
What a bell of freedom. Or freedom.
Abysmal. They've just lost their independence.
Well, if they challenge us, we can go on.
Let's call it. Let's start with Graham.
We win. Thank you.
We win.
The end of the contest.
Graham, start a song.
Retired.
Lash them with a song, Graham.
Promises. Do you know that one?
I don't know any songs.
Promises. Come on, you know it.
Oh, the Camptown ladies sing this song.
Song, I'm about to sing a song.
You don't have to, it's my go.
Oh, is it? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Song in my heart.
We're doing this.
Heart. Twice? I was helping you out. I won't ever again.
Hearts, the herald angels.
You have to
Kind to me, I don't like music.
Sing something simple.
Simple, Graham.
Simple. Simon.
Prompting. You threw your voice, Graham.
Met. We all met by moonlight, but that isn't a song, is it? No, met.
I'll hoot you there, Tim, and I'm going to make Mr. John Cleese, in fact, start a song, a real one this time, by way of a novelty, and stop at a particular word from your vast repertoire, Mr. Cleese.
We'll honour yet the school we knew, the best school of all. We'll honour yet the rule we knew till the last bell call. For happy days and holidays and sad and melancholy days, they were great.
Nearly the term ended, isn't it?
Great balls of fire!
Yes! Fire to Graham Gunn.
Fire down below.
Below, blow the winter wind. Thou shouldst not be unkind as man's in.
Man's in?
In.
Gilly, ossen, pepper, cat.
Bogan was that.
Bogan. Oh, no, I won't allow Bogan. I'll allow C.
Bye.
All right, bye. I'll allow bye.
By the light Halt the silvery moon.
Moon.
That can't be.
A moon river wider than a mile.
Mile.
Mile?
My old man said follow
My old man said follow the van.
Just.
And don't dilly-dally on the way.
Down upon the Swanee.
Swanee?
I'm going to make
How I love you, how I love you, my dear old Swanee.
Neat.
Swanee.
There isn't another, is there?
Swanee, those songs that...
No, God. I'll call a halt there. I'm going to declare the whole round as a win to Tim and Bill. Tim and Bill. 5. 4 points to 3. And in fact, gentlemen, you are locked in combat yet again with our tag wrestling part 2, in which we do as before, we give each of the teams the final line of a story, and then they've got...
Could we get in the parrot exterminator, please?
This is a monologue, not a catalogue. And now, we go to...
Cat? I wasn't a cat.
It was a cat to me for the purposes of what I was about to say. The 2 final lines, gentlemen all. Where are we? Ah, yes, Tim and Bill. You have, "So, monsieur," the dentist smiled and squeezed the trigger on his left boot. So, monsieur, the dentist smiled and squeezed the trigger on his left boot. And John and Graham, "Dada," gurgled the Spanish tot. And then the trampoline collapsed. So, monsieur, the dentist smiled and squeezed the trigger on his left boot. Tim and Bill, John and Graham, "Dada," gurgled the Spanish tot, and then the trampoline collapsed. Timbrook Taylor's going to start the story. Go.
Bonjour. No, not bonjour. Bonjour, said Edward Heath. Bonjour, said the dentist, as the monsieur came into his dentistry.
I have here a bottle of whiskey. Would you like a tot?
Certainly.
Ladies'
Bill.
Well, yes, I would like a tot, said the dentist. Well, you can't have one because there's no drinking in the surgery. Especially...
John.
But we could pop outside and go to the circus where there are some fascinating acts going on. So they strolled out from
the surgery and headed for the circus. Unfortunately, they found it wasn't in town that day, so they returned to the circus.
Graham.
The dentist said, when I offered you a tot just then, of course, I wasn't referring to the whiskey, but to this charming Spanish child.
which has absolutely nothing to do with this story. In fact, back at the dentist's surgery, which was, of course, in Paris, a spy came.
John.
What was the last thing you said?
A spy came.
A spy came?
A spy came.
And said, the circus is on its...
The what?
I hooted. I didn't let him speak.
I
didn't let him speak.
Oh, he didn't let
Tim.
him. He said, sit down in this chair, monsieur, and I will try and open your mouth. Ah, your mouth isn't opening, so let me put my left boot in there to keep it open.
Certainly not. Come in. How do you do, sir? I just came to tell you the circus is in town.
Yes, and the dentist said, but before you go to the circus, you better have your teeth done. So, so that you won't feel the pain, I want you to sew something.
Sorry,
So.
And he said, look, the only thing to keep your mouth open is to put my left foot in it. And there's an anaesthetic in my left foot. So, monsieur...
I've told you before, certainly not. Come in. It's the trampoline you ordered, sir. Bring it
in. You'll find it a great deal more comfortable. You won't feel a thing if you lie on the trampoline and sew this button on my shirt, which will relax you. And then I can... So, I shall give you this...
This is all very surrealist, the dentist said. No, it's Dada, gurgled the Spanish cot, and then the trampoline collapsed.
A convincing win there. Sudden eruption of Dada there. The next round is, in fact, where we return to our earlier subject of late arrivals, gentlemen. Earlier in the programme, I asked you to announce the late arrivals at the Musicians' Ball. The Musicians' Ball. John and Graham, any thoughts of the Musicians' Ball? I'm going to score for these as we go along.
Mr. and Mrs. Jean-Paul Dance. Dum dum dum. And son Charles-Louis Dance.
Another arrival at the Musicians' Ball. Mr. and Mrs. Trick Guitar and their son Alec.
Too off.
Mr. and Mrs. Bumps-a-Daisy and their son Hans and Hans' niece and Bumps-a-Daisy.
And also arriving late at the Musicians' Ball, Mr. and Mrs. Hube and their notoriously pornographic son, sometimes known as Blue Dan Hube.
Do you realise what's happened? We've just pulled up to a draw. I know you're going to do more of these. I announced the result of the competition a draw. They're going on. I knew they would.
Late
it's
arrival.
28 all to both teams.
And
John
this is
Cleese,
our and Mrs. Tree Two-Step and their daughter Millie Tree
And Mr. and Mrs. Evening and their children Sam and Janet Evening.
who are not admitted because they are too old.
In that case, Mr. and Mrs. Lau No Jazz Music in here. And their mama Donna Lau No Jazz.
It's good night.
And also coming in closely behind them, their friends Mr. and Mrs. Walls came tumbling down, and their son Andy Walls came tumbling down.
That's it. Will you write it on the head?
An extremely upper
mention the one-legged composer and his shoe Bert.
That's it. So it's good night from John and Graham, Tim and Bill.
Mr. and Mrs. Lynn and their daughter Mandy Lynn.
And a very posh family, Mr. and Mrs. Court Orchestra and their daughter Palm Court Orchestra.
Mr. and Mrs. Logan and their son Barry Logan.
Mr. and Mrs. Doctors Batten and their son Conductors Batten.
Mr. and Mrs. Organ and their son Hammond.
Mr. and Mrs. Bear's Picnic.
That's it. Good night, all. Good night. That's it. Definitely. Round of applause.
That was Barry Cryer saying goodbye on behalf of Tim Brooke Taylor, John Cleese, Graham Garden and Bill Oddie. Dave Lee at the piano and producer John Castle. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, and your chairman tonight, Barry Cryer.
Hello and welcome to another edition of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the show that is to radio what Arthur Mullard is to flower arrangement. And with our very own Mr. Dave Lee at the piano, may I introduce the two opposing teams. Mr. John, all the spoons in the glasses, Cleese. Graham are my seamed straight garden. And opposite to them, Bill, I can't quite put my finger on it, Oddie. Tim, I was on the television last night. We ran out of chairs. Brooke Taylor! Let us plunge headlong into the first round, gentlemen. The first round is our singing musical, not that those are necessarily relevant, singing relay. In this round, one of the players of each team starts off a song, and he and his partner must sing a duet, but each singing alternate words. Any player who falters or messes up our game is declared soppy, and several points go to the other side. I think we'll start picking up the lyrics. Let's start with John and Graham. The song in question is Roses of Picardy.
We have to do this, don't we?
Roses are shining in Picardy, in the hush of the silver dew. Roses are flowering in Picardy, but there's never a rose like you. And the roses will die with the summertime, and our roads may fall apart. But there's one rose that dies not in Picardy. 'Tis a rose that I keep in my
That was Roses Are Blighting, Blooming, I'm sorry, in Picardy. And we go to Tim and Bill with the song When I'm 64.
When I get older, losing my hair many years from now, will you still be sending me a Valentine birthday greetings bottle of wine? If I'd been out till 2:45, would you lock the door? Will you still need me? Will you still need me when I'm 60?
Tim and Bill, a few mistakes, but a harder song. 2-2.
Yes.
2-2 to that. Now, this is where I set up something for later in the programme. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to announce some late arrivals at a particular function, and we'll ask you their names later. Will you please specify the late arrivals at the Mechanics Ball? The Mechanics Ball, gentlemen. Later in the programme, we shall return. We move to our first session of tag wrestling in this programme, ladies and gentlemen. Tag meaning a tagline, the end line of a story. I'm going to give each team the tagline of a story or anecdote, and I shall start with one team who must tell a story ending in that tag. When I press my buzzer, the story passes to the other side, who must work towards their finishing line. The winning team is the one who reaches the tagline first. Tim and Bill, would you construct a story that finishes, because we were driving on the right-hand side of the road, we couldn't see that the elephant had deflated. Because we were driving on the right-hand side of the road, we couldn't see that the elephant had deflated. John and Graham. Mamma mia, shouted Macpherson. Whipped off his gas mask and revealed he was not the ice cream man he claimed to be. So it's Tim and Bill with because we were driving on the right-hand side of the road, we couldn't see the elephant had deflated. John and Graham, Mamma mia, shouted Macpherson, whipped off his gas mask and revealed he was not the ice cream man he claimed to be. We will start with Graham Garden.
See who's at the door, dear, said Mother. It's Mr. Macpherson, the ice cream man, I replied.
Tim.
Come in, Mr. Oh, it's not you. It's the AA man with our route map for France. Thank you very much. We can set straight off. And over the channel we went, and there we were, driving on the right-hand side.
John.
In France, we're not encountering any problems whatsoever, it being a country notoriously absent so far as elephants are concerned.
Bill.
And so we continued on down to Africa. French equatorial Africa, where, of course, they all...
Graham.
Well, by chance, our motor car broke down, but luckily we got a lift home on Mr. Macpherson's ice cream van.
Tim.
A notoriously unreliable vehicle. 100 yards we got. Just at that moment, around the corner came a wild elephant.
Nothing came round the corner, John.
Nothing came around the corner.
Macpherson nipped off, mended the tyre, and returned resolutely on the left-hand side of the road, dodging all the traffic coming straight at him.
Bill.
And drove straight back to England, where he was surprised to find a policeman waiting at the door. He said, I have to charge you with driving on the wrong side of the road.
Graham.
Take us there for?
Nonsense, said Macpherson, denying it. And saying that he was not, in fact, to blame for what he had done.
He said, Macpherson, when we were not drunk, Constable, I swear it was an elephant. I know that we have been later told that, in fact, it was a balloon, like an elephant, that was inflated.
But this is on account of my selling intoxicating ice cream. Rum-flavoured. With little bits of pistachio nuts and some of that pasta, the special pasta that they get from...
An excuse that may be, and that explains exactly why you were drunk.
John.
Exactly why you were drunk. And because we were drunk, we were driving on the right-hand side. And we couldn't...
Graham.
Good heavens, said Macpherson, I think that's my mother.
Tim.
No, said his wife, it's an inflatable elephant. At that moment, Constable...
Admitting that they were practically indistinguishable, the elephant deflated, thus making it practically impossible for it to be deflated again.
The elephant deflated, but unfortunately we couldn't see that the elephant deflated because we were driving on the right-hand side of the road. And therefore we couldn't see that the elephant had deflated.
It was wrong way round, but they got there finally. There, Timmy will return. It was a gat rather than a tag at that moment, but we will return to tag wrestling in a moment, and we in fact move to our next round, which is limericks. Limerick time. I'm going to give each team the first line of a limerick, which they must complete by each team member taking alternate lines. Marks will be given for cleanliness, and 1 mark will be deducted for each solicitor's letter received. Let's start with Tim and Bill. Tim and Bill. There was an old man with a stutter.
There was an old man with a stutter. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes,
With
yes.
a stutter.
Who massaged his larynx with... margarine.
He oiled his false teeth.
And to his relief...
He found he could talk so much butter.
And we go to John and Graham, who are going to tell us about there was a young fellow from Troon. There was a young fellow from Troon.
There was a young fellow from... Troon?
Yes, yes, I'll allow that, yes.
Who sat down one day on a spoon.
He said, that's so nice.
But I won't do it twice.
And never again is too soon.
Oh, mellifluous.
It's an interesting concept.
2 points for that. Let's have another one from Tim and Bill. There once was a tractor called Bert. There once was a tractor called Bert.
There once was a tractor called Bert.
Get away. Who pulled a cart over the dirt.
He went over some furrows.
And 12 rabbit burrows.
And said, oh, God, blimey, that hurt.
Magnificent, said he impartially. 3 points. But John and Graham, a chance to hit back with, there was a young lady so coy. There was a young lady so coy.
There was a young lady so coy
that she'd never been out with a boy.
So she...
Caution, Graham. Good evening, officer. We've got some visitors in the studio. Do sit down. Go on, Graham.
So she hid in a sack and lay on her back. A most unsatisfactory ploy.
Now, the next round is called I Want to Be Brian Ricks, or Word for Word. I'm going to give each team a word, and they must immediately come up with another word which has nothing whatsoever to do with the word I gave them. The other team can challenge and try and establish a connection. I'll start with John Cleese, and I'll give him the word cassock.
Elf. Botanical. Spoon. Runcible.
Interruption by Bill and Tim. Two fingers
I'm
above a single
not
thought.
get away with that.
Runcible spoon?
Never heard of it.
Runcible spoon. It's a vague, tenuous connection. I'm going to allow that. I'm going to give a point to Tim and Bill. And let's leap to Tim with the word bollard.
Joke. Catherine wheel.
Pie.
Hassock.
Stoke.
Cathedral.
Bush baby.
Fire engine.
GNU.
Neanderthal man.
Odd.
Challenged by Graham
The connection between GNU and Neanderthal man. In the spelling.
Not allowing that.
No.
That's two points to Tim and Bill for silliness. And now, Graham, here's another punishment. Your word crypt.
Artichoke. Polyandry. Muscle. Adidocokinetic. Epoxy resin.
Salt.
Interruption by Bill Oddie.
It may be an old wives' tale, but I was always told that if you do have epoxy resin, salt is a very good remedy.
I'd heard
It is
that,
an old
Bill.
wives' tale, and you get no mark.
No. I'd heard that too, Bill. Bill and I shared the same old wife for quite some time. Bill, will you follow on the word denture?
Cigar.
Boot.
Wombat.
Microphone.
Knee bone.
Eiffel Tower.
Pomegranate.
Wombat.
Repetition.
Repetition.
That's
But
not in the
not in the
rules.
rules, actually. Not
Well,
in
we
the
ought to
rules.
put it in.
One
I
for
think
silly
we-
buzzing for Tim and Bill. One for silly buzzing.
Yes.
They say Bamber Gascoigne started like this. I can't see it. Our next round. Our next round is musical, and many of you do not know that Mr. Brooke Taylor insured his voice for £10,000 and had a whale of a time with the money. This round involves individual players rather than teams. The first player starts a song, stops singing whenever he feels like it, and a player on the opposing team has to pick it up on the word at which he stopped and start a completely different song, starting with that word. Let's start with Graham.
Happy days are here again.
Again. Never say never. Again, again.
Oh.
'Cause here I am in love again. It's just a thing I said I'd never do.
Do.
A dear, a feeling. Ray, a little piece of fish.
Dreadful.
Stingray.
Had a sting in the toe.
No. I want to start another song immediately. I feel rather ill. I want to start another song with Bill Oddie, please.
I've got hiccups. I can't.
This is a repeat. Sorry.
When I see me till I see coming through the rye.
Right.
Rye hick,
Rye.
actually.
Right.
Rye to Graham.
Rye whiskey.
Right, a piece of golden
Excellent.
me a name I call myself.
Self.
Go on, I'm enjoying it, Graham. Self.
Myself.
A racing flower is something you buy. McDougal's is the name.
You've just written that and it'll make a fortune. I'm going to disqualify that. Mr. John Cleese. Mr. John Cleese will now sing a song. stopping, hopefully. At a word.
At a word.
At a word.
The only one I know is my old school song.
Part 2.
We enjoyed it very much.
Happy days and holidays and sad and melancholy days. They were great days and... That's an easy one.
And
if you tell her, and if you tell them, and I'm certainly going to tell them.
You tell them,
that, that you're the boy whose wife someday. That can't be right. The girl whose husband someday I'll be.
B, Graham. Because, one word, not because.
Because I'm a Londoner, that I love London.
Done.
London.
Done.
I love...
No, done. Done.
John Cleese, please. Another point to Tim and Bill, and let's have Tim. Tim starting the final song of this round. Tim.
Oh, the shrimp boats is a-coming, there's...
You didn't stop.
There's.
He didn't know the next word.
No, he didn't.
There's...
Like golden haze on the meadow.
There's a rainbow round my shoulder.
Shoulder.
That's enough.
Shoulder.
Shoulder.
Over my shoulder.
Goes one leg over my shoulder. Two lovely black eyes.
What a voice.
Oh!
What a
voice! Surprise! Is that where you left off? Yes. Surprise! Surprise! Surprise!
You're dickering and dockering, Tim.
I am what? Surprise!
Hoot.
Surprise! Open the oyster shell.
Just 4-3 to John and Graham. Let's leap on to Tag Wrestling Part 2, in which, as before,
Failure.
each team will be given a tagline of a story and make their separate ways towards it. Let's change the order of giving taglines. Swap it round a bit. John and Graham, your tagline: the rose fell off the duck's hat, and we all went home early. I'm sorry, so we all went home early. I think that's more interesting. The rose fell off the duck's hat, so we all went home early. And Tim and Bill, will you work towards hooray, shouted the girls. And Arthur Negus did a dance. So it's the rose fell off the duck's hat, so we all went home early, for John and Graham, and Tim and Bill, hooray, shouted the girls, and Arthur Negus did a dance. Tim and Bill, will you start your story, please?
Well, said Arthur Negus, using another voice from the usual. This is an interesting little clock here. I see it has little figures.
John, please.
Clock, it's in the form of a duck. I've never seen one like this in my whole life. And look here, on the top of this clock is a sort of hat.
Bill.
And he handed the duck with the rose on top of its hat to the next contestant, who unfortunately dropped it and smashed it into smithereens.
Not to worry, said Arthur. I'll mend it in a jiffy, and he did. And incidentally, he said...
Tim.
He said, I feel like a bit of duck and ate it. And he was then given the next object. And he said, yes, I beg your pardon.
But in his haste to identify the next object, I don't know why I'm talking like this because it's not relevant, he omitted to notice the duck's hat, which was quite indigestible.
Bill.
And lying on the floor, so he kicked it out of the way and picked up an antique banjo. This, he said, I would like to play, but unfortunately I need a little encouragement.
Graham.
Nobody was prepared to encourage him very much to play the banjo. And he said, let's go home. And Arthur said, certainly.
Tim.
And he said to one of the other contestants, what's your name? And he said, Ted Ray. And he said, who? He said, Ray.
At this moment I walked into the studio, holding the usual rose between my teeth, and placed it on the duck's hat, which was lying underneath
Bill.
And Arthur said, if you're Ted Ray, I'll do a little dance. Now, what was your name again? Who? And the girl...
Say it to him, I love it.
My name is Irrelevant. Arthur Irrelevant. At that moment, the rose, which was on the duck's hat, the rose...
Rose. And he said, who? I'm sorry to be so inquisitive. Ray, shouted the girls. And Arthur Negus did a dance.
Excellent. 3-0 to Tim and Bill. 3-0, and we move now to blues time. Blues time, gentlemen. I'll give each team a subject on which they must improvise a 4-line blues, singing alternate lines. And there are marks for wit and ethnic feel. For anybody who... Yes. Blues time, and I'll give you the subjects. John and Graham, will you compose a Lady Godiva blues? Lady Godiva blues. Thank you, Dave.
Rhymes with Godiva. Liver. Shriver. Sergeant Shriver.
I woke up this morning. I took a look outside. Oh, yes, I did. And there was a lady called Godiva. You don't say. And she was going for a ride. Yeah.
With no.
She was riding side saddle, and my house was on the wrong side.
Like it. Tim and Bill, will you give us the Napoleon blues? The Napoleon blues. Dave will introduce it slowly.
Well, I woke up this morning, found Napoleon by my side.
Read it out, baby, in second time, very fast.
I repeat that if you want.
It's all right. Yes, I woke up this morning.
Good for you.
No, I didn't. Napoleon wasn't by my side. I just lied in bed all day.
So I said to myself, what a wonderful world.
Well, at least I tried with triumphant light inside.
Had the real authentic messiness. Let's go to John and Graham. Give them another subject for a blues. Gentlemen, would you like to say a blues on the subject of a rubber dinghy? The rubber dinghy blues. Graham Garden is wearing a very worried expression.
Well, I woke up yesterday afternoon and found I was in a dinghy. As he stopped, I can't do this stupid thing. Well, I just lay there, trying to think of rhymes for rubber dinghy, such as pingy. That pinky wasn't very good. So if you can think of a rhyme, give me a ringy.
Surging to a triumphant climax, Tim and Bill, the electric toothbrush blues. The electric toothbrush.
That's right, Bill.
Well, I woke up about 3:30 sometime last night, a couple of weeks ago, with an electric toothbrush by my side.
I plugged it in the mains, and I damn near died.
I can tell you why. All right, you nearly died, 'cause when I put it in my mouth,
I got a toasted tongue and my gums near fried.
Steaming. Oh, a 3-0 win there to Tim and Bill, and it's late arrivals time. Gentlemen, we revert to... Look at pain on Mrs. Cleese's face. We revert to our late arrivals at the Mechanics' Ball, gentlemen, starting with John Cleese, who arrived late at the Mechanics' Ball.
Mr. and Mrs. Drover and their son, Alan Drover.
A Land Rover.
Arriving late at the Mechanics' Ball, Mr. and Mrs. Ing Station and their son, Filling Station.
And arriving from Sweden.
Oh, yes.
Mr. and Mrs. Grease and their son, Axel.
Might be there somewhere.
And arriving from Ireland, Mr. and Mrs. Anical Failure and their son, Mick Anical Failure. Mr. and Mrs. J. Proprietor and their son, Garage Proprietor.
Arriving from the north of England, Miss and Mrs. Freeze and their relations, Uncle Freeze and Auntie Freeze.
They never stop. Tim and Bill, a runaway win on this programme, a runaway win. You're winning at the moment. They're going to go on.
Well, let's consolidate and rub their little noses into the ground.
let's
then.
keep very quiet.
It's the last.
Mr. and Mrs. Talbot and their son, Beam Talbot.
So it's good night from me and Dave Lee.
And Mrs.
Us. Think about it. Mr. and Mrs. Us Gear and their son who's just entered the church. He's, of course, the Rev Us Gear.
Closely followed by Mr. and Mrs. God and their son, who is so unpopular and unpleasant that his name is Mud God.
If you have any ideas, write to me, David Kossoff, BBC, 5 to 10.
Not to
Corinthians 6 to
mention
9.
Mr. and Mrs. Iculated Lorry and their son, Art Iculated Lorry.
I resign. Good night all
Mr.
from John
and
Cleese,
Mrs.
Graham Garden,
Screen Wiper
Tim Brooke
and
Taylor
their
and Bill
Welsh
Oddie.
son, Wind Screen Wiper.
That was Barry Cryer saying goodbye on behalf of Tim Brooke Taylor, John Cleese, Graham Garden and Bill Oddie. Dave Lee at the piano and producer John Castle.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, a panel game, and your chairman tonight, Humphrey Littleton.
Hello. Well, the score at the moment stands at 483 to 13, so there's everything to play for. And here are your two teams for tonight. First team, Jo Kendall and Graham Garden. And opposing them, John Cleese and Tim Brooke Taylor. In this first round, I ask each team to sing a song, but singing alternate words. If anyone sings only 2 words, or half a word, or dries up altogether, or parts company with Dave Lee's accompaniment, then that team can salvage a point by doing it at twice the speed. Jo and Graham, your song, please, is When I'm 64.
When I get older, losing my hair, many years from now, will you still be sending me a Valentine?
Birthday
greetings of
wine.
If I'd been out till 2:45, would you lock the door?
Will
you
still
need
me?
Will
you
still
feed
me?
When
I'm
Jo Kendall fell at the last fence, so will you do it at twice the speed and see if you can get through it?
When
I get older,
losing
my
hair,
maybe
years from now,
will
you
still
be
sending
me
Valentine's
Valentine's greetings
bottle of wine.
If I'd been out till
2:45,
would lock the door?
Will
you still need me?
That was pretty good. 3 out of a possible 2. Now, Tim and John, your song is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Rudolph the...
Hey, that's a bit fast.
It's been an objection.
Oh, well, come on.
Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would say all of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never met poor Rudolph joined in any reindeer games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, how won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then on the rake.
It was longer than theirs, Uncle Hump.
You can redeem a mark by singing that at a...
There we go. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in the reindeer game. Then one foggy Christmas Eve.
Two marks for that version, making the score 3-2 at the moment. Later on in the program, towards the very end of the program, I'm going to ask the teams to announce people with silly names to a particular function, and to give the players time to think them up, I'll leave it until right to the end of the program before I ask for their silly names, but they are going to have to announce the late arrivals at the stage, screen and radio ball. Now we have the round word for word. I'm going to give each team a word, and they must immediately come up with another word which has nothing whatever to do with the word I gave them. The other team can challenge and try to prove a connection. We're going to start with John and Tim, and your word to start off with is jumper.
Bat.
Cucumber.
Strength.
Antediluvian.
Banana.
Crochet.
Stoat.
Umbrella.
Hair.
Toenail.
Boot.
Graham's challenge. What's your challenge, Graham?
Well, I think hairs and toenails are really connected, aren't they?
They're not collected, anyway.
Well, you'd be surprised.
Yourself.
Well, yes, I'll allow that one. Ooh. On the grounds that rhinoceroses' toenails are made of hair, I'm told.
Yeah?
Yes.
Absolutely true. Every word of it.
Any queries from listeners should be directed to the living world. Graham, start off with bracket.
Hexagon.
Challenge from John Cleese.
Geometric terms.
Quite, exactly. 2 points.
And the next.
Now, one to Graham there, because it's not a
right.
geometric. Brackets are an architectural term.
Well, algebraic.
Wow. John, you start then with refuse.
Refuse.
Challenge.
Refuse and refuse are connected.
In what way?
They are in fact
collected in this case. Start again, John. Refuse.
Refuse. Steed.
Pardon?
Steed.
I said pardon.
Adiadocokinetic.
Elephant's foot umbrella stand.
Stilton.
Crumpet.
Mice.
When in doubt. Walking stick.
Exercise book.
Tractor.
Cosmonaut.
Lynx.
Portuguese island of Macau.
Quote.
Puma.
Armchair.
Tome.
Love nest.
Vowel.
I'm going to stop that now because we've already run into the next program. Like 10 minutes. Is anybody hurt? 9 to Tim and John for endurance, and 2 to Joe and Graham for atrophy of the buzzer-pressing finger. And I think we'll go on. Oh, we'll give them one more. Joe, we'll let you start with the word smut.
Clock.
Pentameter.
Horse.
Duke. Duke of Wellington rode a horse.
Here.
Yeah, he rode a horse.
And he also had a horse that he called Norman.
Right,
He
Tim.
also had an elephant's foot umbrella stand. We didn't stop you.
Tim, will you start with the word giggle? Trumpet. Spoon. Microphone.
Elf.
Elephant's foot umbrella stand.
Elephant's foot umbrella.
Repetition.
Different game. No, we had that, it is. Yeah, I'll give you that point. We did have that 3 months ago. That makes the score now... just because my vocabulary very exciting. The next round is world records. This is where I'm going to read out a world record to each member of the team, but I'm not going to tell him or her what the record is for, and we will have 150 points for a correct definition and 1 point for anybody who gets anywhere near it. Tim, yours is the first world record, and it is 366 halfpennies, 26 sixpences, 17 threepences, 11 pennies, 4 shillings, total 424 coins, and the value £1, 17 and 5 pence in the old money. It's a relief. I thought you were going to ask me to add them up. I'll do that later.
Yes, I know that one, actually.
Yeah.
Can I answer it if I know it, actually?
Yes.
Ah, pity I said that. It's in fact, sounding like Cluffy now, it's, yes, you know the astronauts on the moon?
Not personally.
Not personally. Well, and then I can tell you all about it. Speaking down to Houston, you have that beep. Well, that in fact are the pips on the telephone, and those are the coins they have to put in the telephone when the pips go.
You mean £1, 17 and 5 pence for 3 minutes, is it?
Isn't that right? Oh, I don't think it's as much
No,
as
it's
3
more
minutes.
than that.
Yeah.
It's gone up. I'll give you 1 point for being within, well, I won't say within the same universe. Because in fact the answer is it's the most number of coins swallowed by anything other than an ostrich. They were found in the stomach of a 54-year-old man.
It had killed him, presumably.
No, it's his way of saving. John Cleese, your record is 9 Hebrew cubits.
Well, a cubit, as far as I was 4.5 inches, so 9 3 is 36, so 30 is 40 and a half, 40 and a half inches. So it is the greatest height ever reached by an Egyptian space probe.
Well, actually, you're not in the same universe, but I'll give you a mark for that for ingenuity.
Actually, it is the greatest height that has ever been jumped by an Israeli Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries without dislocating a hip.
It was. Yes, you get an extra mark.
Sorry, last night.
Yes,
it has been broken.
You get an additional mark for that because I'm assuming that he jumped Og, the king of Bashan and Gilead.
Right.
Yes. Because 9 Hebrew cubits is the height, or was the height, of Og, the king of Bashan and Gilead.
Dead right.
Who is said to be the tallest recorded man, although it's computed on the flimsiest of evidence. It's based on the length of his arm bedstead.
What did he record? Because I didn't know he was...
On the length of his what?
Based on the length of his arm bedstead.
Oh, yeah.
But for all I know...
It's wonderful what you can pick up just sitting in the car with the radio on. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. For all I know, he and his wife may have liked to sleep sort of head to foot, so to speak. So I don't think it's a very good answer, that. But still, you get your 2 marks for that. Graham's garden. Your record is 160 million times from June 1948 to June 1956. A total of 8 years.
160 million times in 8 years. 65 days a year. It can't be that, surely. 160 million times. Yes, I know. It is, in fact, the newspaper stuffing record held by a man in Cleveland, Ohio. Is that right? Anyway, it is. And
the right continent.
He, in fact, stuffed 160 million copies of the Times into the ear of a live Thompson's Gazelle between those dates in the space of 8 years. Is that right?
I'm assuming that as a result of that, he then set up the longest recorded attack of hiccups. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Well, you get your 2 marks. I thought it was the Gazelle. Yes, he was in fact not from Cleveland, Ohio. He was from Los Angeles. Jack O'Leary was his name, and he hiccuped 160 million times in an attack lasting 8 years. Of the 60,000 remedies that he tried, only one eventually worked. And you get an extra 15,000 marks, if you can tell me what that is. But can't wait.
Death.
It was a prayer to St. Jude, the patron saint of lost causes. Right, Joe, it's your... you get 2 marks for that, Graham, because you were very, very close to it. Joe, yours is a simple one, 15,000 nudes.
It's all the members of the House of Commons, the House of Lords, the staff of Buckingham Palace, and the entire civil service without their clothes on.
Could well be, actually. Be interesting to see if it is.
I think the latest figures show.
Who, back in the year 1964, 1 year before it closed, visited the L'Île du Levant nudist camp. Is that right?
That's absolutely
Yes,
what I was thinking of.
Because this is the number of people in the world's largest nudist camp, which is the place I just said and can't pronounce again. It contained 15,000 naturists, and it was a nudist camp until 1965, when it was taken over by the French Navy for defense purposes.
Is that the bare facts?
Exactly. Now we have the round that's called misleading readings. Each team will be asked to perform a short scene from a well-known work, classic, and the other side must guess what it is. They're going to, naturally enough, perform it in disguised accents. Joe and Graham, your reading first of all, please.
And Joe and Graham's reading is from The Three Sisters by Anton Chekhov.
The audience now knows the answer. Joe and Graham, away you go.
They called you Major for some reason or other.
Well, that's it, yeah.
That's the reading. Would you like a little more?
No, thank you.
No, that's fine.
Well, you're getting it.
Hey, lovesick Major, that's what they called him, eh?
In those days, you only had a moustache. Oh dear, how much older you look. How much older?
Yeah, well, I was still a young man in those days when they called me the lovesick Major. I was in love with a different now, though.
But you haven't got a single grey hair. You've aged, yes, but you're certainly not an old man.
Nevertheless, I've turned 42, Is it long since you left Moscow? That's a clue.
11 years. What was the street you lived in?
In the Staraya Basmalaya.
How funny, we did too.
Get away.
That's the end, is it?
Yeah, you're telling me.
If you have a clue there, I think this is probably one of the earlier pieces by Stolnikoyev or possibly Razmolnikov. What do you feel?
Yes, first time at Wembley.
Yes. I think he's going to be the sweeper up, and I think Chekhov's probably going to be one of the strikers.
I should think so, yes.
I think we'll put him down the middle and...
a little more attack, I think, is required on the side. Yes. We reckon it's Russian. And because we don't know any others, we'd say Chekhov. Now we're pushed. It's not, as John says, seagulls over Sorrento.
No. I'll give you a clue to the extent that I thought it was by Louisa M. Alcott.
Louisa M. Alcott.
Little Cherry Orchards.
The Seagull
Three
Women.
Sisters.
Again, after a bit of help, so you get 2 marks for that. And will you, Tim and John, give your reading now for Joe and Graham?
Which is, of course, from William Shakespeare's Henry V.
Put off your maiden blushes about the thoughts of your heart with the looks of an empress. I am thine.
That is as it shall please the roi, mon père.
Nay, it will please him well, Kate. It shall please him, Kate.
Then it shall also content me.
Upon that I kiss your handing and call you my queen.
Laissez, monseigneur, laissez, ma foi, je ne veux point, am boring you at all. Que veut abaisser en baissant le mandine de votre seigneurie. No way to get into club market in the... Excusez-moi, je veux supplie mon très puissant seigneur.
Madame, my interpreter, what says she?
That is not be the fashion for the ladies of France. I cannot tell what is better on English.
To kiss.
Your Majesty entend better que moi.
It is not a fashion for the maids in France to kiss before they are married. Would she say?
Oui. Raymond.
And that concludes the reading for this evening, ladies and gentlemen. There are sufficient clues there, we hope, for our right panel opposite to be able to guess both the play and the characters involved.
Jo Kendall and Graham Garden, can you identify that?
Yes, well, there was there some French in there somewhere?
No.
Not really, no.
No. Well, that was misleading at first. Otherwise, it sounded very like... does it come from the complete works?
Whose complete works?
Whose?
Things.
Thing, you know,
Things.
the Shakespeare one.
Oh, the Shakespeare, no.
No.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, William. William. It's his brother, William.
William Shakespeare.
Yes.
Shakespeare Brothers. Shakespeare. Now there's a clue, because they only wrote one play, the Shakespeare Brothers. It's a historical play, and it's one of the 5 Henrys in it, one of the 8 Henrys. Make up your mind. Which? One of the 5, one of the 8. Which?
5th of the 8th, fair enough.
Henry the 5/8.
I thought at one point this would become a historical program before we got the answer out of them. But anyway, it was in fact Henry V by Shakespeare, so you get your 2 marks. The score at the moment, I feel it incumbent upon me to tell you, that the score at the moment is to Tim Brooke Taylor and John Cleese, 34, and to Jo Kendall and Graham Garden, 37. So it's really become jolly tense. This next round is called tag wrestling. I'm going to give each team the tagline of a story or anecdote. I shall start off with one team who must tell a story ending in their tag, but when I press the buzzer, the story passes to the other side, who must work towards their finishing line too. If you have any idea at the moment about how this round is going to work, you're way ahead of me. The winning team is the one who reaches their tagline first. So we'll start with Graham and Joe, and your tag is as follows. Goodness, said the cook, whatever is Roger doing hanging upside down in my nightie from the clock tower of Kuala Lumpur Town Hall?
Hanging upside down.
And John and Tim, you realize this means war, said the Archbishop, taking off his wooden leg and handing it to the first violinist. Joe and Graham, to start the story off, please.
Right. It was a beautiful day in Kuala Lumpur as noon struck from the clock in the clock tower of the town hall. Cook was hanging out her washing when Roger, her boyfriend, crept up behind her
and said, Roger, what are you doing here? I thought you were still in England. And Roger said, I beg your pardon, took the first plane back to England. Back in England, he was marrying Nancy, a nice little girl who worked on the farm down in Somerset.
However, he was very unhappily married, so flew straight back to Kuala Lumpur, where the cook was again doing her washing, and he was so happy that he leapt into her nightie.
At this moment, a large coach came round the corner, being one of the coaches chartered by the extremely large ecclesiastical orchestra, which was making a tour of the Far East. Amongst the very heavy complement of woodwind players and...
Look out, cried Roger, as the coach plunged into the river. Climbing up the clock tower, still in the nightie, he rapidly approached Cook once again, but unbeknownst to her, he slipped on a bar of soap. Oh.
Just in time to avoid the second bus load. Drove up. Out leapt the Archbishop, wooden leg in hand.
But Roger ignored him, and as he was a campanologist, he climbed back up the clock tower in order to ring the bell. Seeing him at that moment, the cook said, Goodness, said the cook, whatever is Roger doing?
The Archbishop, leaping out with his wooden leg in hand, with his wooden hand in leg, plunged to the fallen coach and pulled out all the violinists except for the first violinist, who was badly trapped between the dashboard and the rear wheel.
Interesting. Roger, seeing this, laughed so hard that he slipped off the clock tower. His nightie caught halfway down, and Cook, looking up, said, Goodness me, what is Roger doing hanging upside down in my nightie from the clock tower of Kuala Lumpur Town Hall? Yes.
I'll give that to
Merciful, if nothing.
Graham and Joe, because they got very, very close to it on 2 occasions. Now, the time has come for me to ask the teams to announce their late arrivals. Let me remind you, these are the late arrivals at the stage, screen, and radio ball.
Mr. and Mrs.
Pardon?
Starring Glenda Jackson. And their daughter, Elizabeth, starring Glenda Jackson.
Mr. and Mrs. Earth Island Disc, introduced as usual by Roy Plumley. And their son, Des, Earth Island Disc.
Mr. and Mrs. Otterswold and their son, Tom. Lord and Lady Box Jury and their son, Duke Box Jury. An elderly gentleman.
Mr. and Mrs. Roundabout. And their daughter, Madge. Roundabout.
How about the intellectuals, Mr. and Mrs.
Loaded.
Snee, and their daughter, Claire Snee.
Yes,
Where are the intellectuals tonight?
Very clever, very French. Rather short on intellectuals.
Whose turn?
If we have
Mr. and Mrs. Cording Studio and their son, Rick.
At this point, I'm going to tell you that the score is absolutely level pegging, with Joe and Graham at 77 and Tim and John at 84. So unless there are any further arrivals...
Mr.
Collided in the doorway.
David Jacobs and his good friend Annie questions. Mr. and Mrs. Abita and their son Alf.
The time has really come to say that that's the end of this edition of I'm Sorry, I Haven't a Clue. And it's our thanks to the contesting teams, Jo Kendall and Graham Garden. Who are leading by 1 mark, and John Cleese and Tim Brooke Taylor. Who are leading by 3 marks. Dave Lee at the piano. And for me, goodbye.
That was Humphrey Littleton saying goodbye on behalf of Tim Brooke Taylor, John Cleese, Graham Garden, and Jo Kendall. Dave Lee at the piano, and producer John Castles. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, a panel game, and your chairman tonight, Humphrey Littleton.
Hello. Well, this is the last program in this series. So those of you who aren't asleep will be on tenterhooks. I'm going to tell you that the 2 teams this time are Jo Kendall and Graham Garden. Tim Brooke Taylor and John Cleese. And in this first round, I'm going to ask each team to sing the words of one song to the tune of another, starting with Joe and Graham. Will you sing the words of Yellow Submarine to the tune of I Was Born Under a Wandering Star? For the benefit of listeners at home, Jo Kendall was singing the lower part there. 2 marks for that, I think. I don't know why. Tim and John, I want you to sing the words of Things Ain't What They Used to Be to the tune of Oh Mine Papa.
They've changed a little valley into a bowling alley, and things ain't what they used to be. There's Ted with great white trousers and Debs in the coffee houses, and things ain't what they used to be. It used to be fun, an old bum paddling down South End, but now it ain't done. Never mind, John, Paris is where we spend our outings. Grandma tried to rock and roll, laughing ain't what they used to be. I did all stop it, ain't what they used to be. For things ain't what they used to be.
Can't help feeling sorry for Lionel Barr. First bankruptcy and then this. Give me 1 mark for interpretation there. This is where I give the team some time to think up names for the late arrivals at the Geographical Society Ball. At the very end of the program, they're going to be asked to announce these late arrivals, and that's the ball that you have to announce them for, the Geographical Society Ball. Right. On now to a thing which is called, a round which is called Daffy Definitions. In this round, I shall give each player a word which they may or may not know, and ask them to define it. If their definition is anywhere near the correct one, I shall be very surprised. Tim Brooke Taylor, yours is the first word.
Oh, is it?
And it is Gaius Cutus.
Gaius Cutus?
Gaius Cutus.
A Gaius Cutus is a left-handed toothbrush used by a little-known African tribe, so little known that not even I've heard of. One thing that is known about this tribe, in fact, is that they have these left-handed toothbrushes for the teeth that they wear around their left hand to catch it from their enemy. That is known. That's the only thing.
Well, that's extremely doubtful, but it's better known than any other fact.
That's probably true. That's all we've got to work on, anyway.
Well, I'll give you 1 mark for that.
Thank you.
Because it is, in fact, a mythical 4-legged beast with legs on one side longer than on the other to enable it to walk round the sides of steep hills.
That is... That's another theory, but I don't...
Gaius Cutus. Jo, yours is the next word, and it's colt pixie.
Oh, that's easy. There are pixies in Scotland. And when it snows, they pop out of their heather-lined burrows and say, "Oh, it's cold." Hence their names.
It is fairly close to it. A colt pixie is a mischievous hobgoblin supposed to appear as a colt and mislead men into bogs. And as a lady, you wouldn't, of course, know about that sort of thing.
No, I wouldn't. True.
We'll have to give you a consolation mark. Now then, who's this? Graham. I want you to define a fern tickle.
Well, this comes from Old Middle English. In fact, just to the left of Middle English. Tickle, as we know, is the approximation of the digits to a susceptible portion of the anatomy and the pleasurable or otherwise sensation produced by their motion. Fern, it's true, he's a doctor. Fern, he's a doctor. He is a doctor. He is a doctor. Fern comes from the Scandinavian, higher Scandinavian, well, halfway up Scandinavian, and fern, the same root that we get the word fun. So a fern tickle is an enjoyable tickle.
You're going to have a couple of marks there because you're exactly halfway to the right answer. If you take a mean point between mid-England and Scandinavia, you actually come to Scotland, which is where this word comes from, and it's Scottish for a freckle. And I should say, since a look of disbelief has come over Graham's face, I should say that all these definitions are from Webster's dictionary.
Dictionary?
Be careful, you might have to sing that later. And therefore these are all proper words, or as proper words as ever get into Webster's dictionary.
Well, it all depends on...
John Cleese, your word is...
Mr. Webster. I mean, who has ever met Mr. Webster? Maybe a practical joker on the most immense scale. Here we are, accepting his bona fides without any evidence.
John, wipe your eyes and listen to this word. This is your word. Almoravid.
Oh, yes, well, I know what this is. Yes, I do, actually, because I was in Morocco 4 months ago, and it's the second recognised dynasty of Moroccan kings coming between the Almohads and the Sardians.
Or not.
You might get a mark if you tell me where they live.
Two-story, two up, two down, made of congealed sand and juice squeezed from camels.
But I should buy now.
If you tell me that this particular dynasty lived in a fortified convent, you would have got your 19... Got your 19...
Say anything for a laugh, won't it?
Well, we've been badly treated. I'm having it put in my contract from now on, no Webster.
And I'm going to tell you that the next round is limericks, and your thing is there once was a person called Webster. No, I'll let you off that. This is incidentally where I give each team the opening line of a limerick, and they must complete it. And we'll start with Jo and Graham. And your opening line is, there was a stout person from Brum.
I see your game.
There was a stout person from Brum.
Who lost £20 off her tum.
When people said, great,
She replied, just you wait.
till you see what I've lost from my thumb.
We'll give you 3 marks for that. Tim and John, your first line coming up. A boozer who lived in Dundee.
Oh, a boozer who lived in Dundee.
Decided to go on a spree.
He visited pubs.
Where he drank out of tubs.
Until it was time for his tea.
Score at the moment is 8 to Jo and Graham and 7 to Tim and John. And this next round is the singing relay, where I give each team a song to sing, taking alternate words. And anyone who spoils the song by singing out of turn or out of tune will be taken from this place, hung, drawn and quartered, boiled in oil, and compelled to listen to a complete replay of this series. Jo and Graham, your song, please, is Second Hand Rose.
I'm
wearing
second hats,
second-hand clothes.
That's
why
they
call
me
second-hand clothes.
even
A
piano
in the parlor.
for the
Bought for
10 cents.
from the
second-hand toils. I'm wearing second-hand toils. I never get a single thing that's new. Even Jacob Plummer, he's the man I adore. Had the nerve to tell me he'd been married before. Everyone knows that I'm just second-hand toils. Second Avenue.
They look so smug about it.
Anyone can do it if they want to.
A clear round to Joe and Graham. Tim and John, your song is The Ballad of Davy Crockett.
Born on a mountain top in Tennessee, green estate in the land of the free, raised in the woods, so he knew every...
That's very difficult. So's he knew every tree.
As this is the last programme and you're lagging behind by 1 point, we'll allow you to try and regain a mark by singing it again much slower.
Born on a mountain top in Tennessee, green estate in the land of the free, raised in the woods, so every tree killed him papa when he was only 3. Dave Crockett, king of the wild frontier.
Dave Lee at the piano there, taking the law into his own hands. So the score now is 8, 9, 10, 11 against 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It really doesn't matter who's got which. The next round is a round called Spot the Noise. This time I shall ask each player to identify for 1 mark a noise. Now the way we're going to judge this is a sort of composite noise which has been put together by the effects department, and the players are asked to give a plausible explanation for this particular noise, and they'll be judged on the strength of the applause that they get from the audience here. So, Graham, first of all, here's your noise.
I like a nice plate glass window break.
Yes. What was that? That was somebody doing a Le Mans start. Oh, yes. It was Helmut Mecklenburg-Strelitz doing a Le Mans start. It's true. A Le Mans start into his revolutionary new gas turbine car, the Formula One Mecklenburg-Strelitz Special. Revolutionary new car made entirely of glass. That was the late Helmut Mecklenburg.
Right. Jo Kendall, here's your noise.
Easy. It's, rural celebrations on Phil Archer's wedding night, which consists of mincing crows in a squeaking machine and throwing Walter Gabriel headfirst into a vat of milk.
Right, Tim Brooke Taylor, your noise now.
New musical version of Gone with the Wind. I expect you might.
John
It might not
Cleese, your
be
noise
allowed.
coming up.
Well, I heard the audience laugh at the end. I didn't hear the effect. What was the...
I think it was, could be Webster compiling his picture.
I think it's somebody, the sort of... type of thing is obviously somebody reading Webster.
Reading Webster.
Webster, the well-known lexicographer and practical joker. And then, as far as I can see, several months passed. Then there was a sound effect of Mr. Webster's index fingers being fed into a mincing machine. And then our studio audience laughed. I didn't hear the last bit, but I think there was sort of cries of almost unbearable cries of pain and agony, which I couldn't really hear because the audience were giggling. But that's, I would say, probably it was about 12 minutes late.
Well, we have an aggregate there of 18 to Graham and Joe. That's 1 mark per second of applause. And an aggregate of 17 to Tim and John, bringing the score 2. Now we go on to Calypso time. If you've noticed a certain amount of sort of padding up to now in the program, it's been to delay the moment when we come to Calypso time. Each team will be given by me a subject on which they must improvise a 4-line calypso, singing alternate lines. Tim and John, your subject, please. Crafts.
I'll do the beginning. I went to... Just warming up. Oh, I went to Crafts the other night.
The dog's owners, they were an incredible sight.
They started to behave so much like their pets.
They had to plant trees in the toilet.
I've got 3 marks for that. John Graham, your subject is Entente Cordiale.
Her Majesty the Queen the other day.
She went to Paris a long way away.
The only question I am asking...
Asking?
You!
Ah, that's easier. The only question I'm asking you is what did Monsieur Pompidou?
You score 4 points on that, bringing Joe and Graham's total to 22 and Tim and John's to 20. And we go on to the next round, which is tag wrestling. This is where I give each team the tagline of a story or anecdote. I shall start with one team who must start a story, or rather they must tell the story ending in their tag. But when I press the buzzer, the story passes to the other side, who must work towards their finishing tagline. So the winning team is the one which reaches their tagline first. That's what it says here. So Tim and John, I'll give you your tagline first, towards which you must work. Here it is. "So it's true," exclaimed Aunt Alice, pulling on her boxing shorts with a leer. "The iced bun was yours all along, Lady Cynthia." Joe and Graham, your tagline is this. "Come in number 3, screamed the Cardinal. And everyone in the baker's shop went quiet. Or Paddy may never tap dance again." And we're going to start this story off with Tim and John.
John. Well, one day, walking along Hackney High Street was Lady Cynthia Thing, who was feeling very hungry. She popped into the fish and chip shop for a little rock salmon and chips, and then she popped into the bakery for some iced buns and chips.
Did you know that this was the bakery attached to the Vatican, close to the Vatican boating pool?
Wapping High Street?
Cardinal what?
In Wapping High Street?
That's the Wapping Vatican. That was not the one in Rome, you fool.
They're everywhere.
Anyway, Cardinal Wilson was standing by the boating pool watching the boats going past when Paddy, who had come to say a prayer to St. Jude, the patron saint of lost causes, stopped by and passed the time of day saying,
I'm about to push you in. And he did. Paddy dived in to help him, and they both drowned. Meanwhile, Lady Cynthia, who we were talking about earlier, moved into the bakery and said, "What I'd like is that ice bun over there." Aunt Alice, at this moment, who was doing a little shadow boxing.
By a remarkable act of faith, the Cardinal and Paddy rose from the water, and as he had to change his clothes, Paddy put his tap shoes on to keep his feet dry.
Tap shoes on to keep your feet dry?
Turn them on.
Oh, I see, you turn them on. So, anyway, this nun said to the... No, that's another story. What about so Aunt Alice, whose recent acts had faded from the memory, and who was in fact shadow boxing and having a hell of a job keeping the shadows in the boxes, because once you closed them, they came out. She thought this is very strenuous work.
Get out, said the Cardinal. Now, Paddy was once again finding it very difficult to tap dance because of his recent immersion in the boating lake. And an emergency operation was prescribed by the Cardinal. "Ah," they said, "the only person who can perform this operation is out there, in boat number 3 in the middle of the boating lake. You probably see him from where you are."
Ah, that's Aunt Alice's sister. You remember Aunt Alice? Do you know her? She's the famous boxing champion. Meanwhile, shadow boxing champion. Yes. Meanwhile, Alice was boxing her champions. No, she wasn't. Was putting her boxes into shorts. I'm going to go blim, blim, blim. Blim, blim, blim. There, I told you so. Yes?
Well, as this was quite irrelevant to what the Cardinal was about to say, the Cardinal, notwithstanding Aunt Alice, said, "Come in number 3.
So it's true, exclaimed Aunt Alice, pulling on her boxing shorts with a leer. "The ice bun was yours all along, Lady Cynthia." The end. We win! We win! We win!
We won. Tim and John win that one because Joe and Graham won last time. 25 to Joe and Graham, 23 to Tim and John. We come to the point where I ask the teams to announce the late arrivals at the Geographical Society Ball. 1 mark per name. Let's hear first of all from Graham Garden.
Mr. and Mrs. Eastern Hemisphere, and their son Western Hemisphere, and his brother Eastern Hemisphere.
Fawlty.
Also, arriving at the geographer's ball are, and all together, please, Mr. and Mrs. Pelagos and their son, Archie Pelagos. Ah, you know him.
Joe?
Arriving at the ball, Mr. and Mrs. Transatlantic Crossing and their dog, Ruff Transatlantic Crossing.
Something happened. The Australian ambassador and his wife and their pet koala, Lumper. Mr. and Mrs. Ferris Tree and their daughter, Coniferous Tree. Mr. and Mrs. Tory and their unmarried daughter, Virgin Terry Tory.
At that point...
And Mr. and Mrs. Reef and their daughter, Coral.
Mr. and
City of
Mrs.
Atlantic.
High Street and their step-cousin, Ken. Mrs. West Passage and their daughter Nora West Passage. Mr. and Mrs. Mountains and their son Andy.
At this point...
Mr. and Mrs. Zimbalist Jr. and their son, Iceberg. Worth a try.
At this point, it could be going on afterwards, but at this point, it's time to announce the final score that you've been waiting 13 weeks to hear. And it is William and Mary, 1,184. Robert and Elizabeth, 308. Making Sid and Enid the overall winners. It only remains to say goodbye on behalf of Jo Kendall and Graham Garden, Tim Brooke Taylor and John Cleese, and our musical accompanist and director, Dave Lee.
That was Humphrey Lyttelton making closing remarks on behalf of Tim Brooke Taylor, John Cleese, Graham Garden and Jo Kendall, Dave Lee at the piano, and producer John Castles.